Drum roll, please. Boom. There we go. I get a preview video, so I can never tell when I actually start.
Mm-hmm. Still says you're offline for me.
I got a preview video.
There we go.
Are you? I'm there.
It appears paused, like the video is paused.
Yeah, that's completely weird because I haven't had my coat on for. That's like from this afternoon. Okay.
And Twitch still says you're offline, though. There you go. Live.
I was going to say, I see myself on Twitch. Okay, there we go. I have no idea what that was about. All right. Hello, kind and gentle folk. Yet again, sorting my complete inability to stream. Woohoo! Yep. All right.
All right, let's go into public.
Oh, public chat. Yeah.
Set your Discord to general or something.
Yeah, hold on. Let me. Discord. Discord is general. Look at that. And there we go. Are we there? Can you hear me? Okay. Hello. Yet another day of critiques. We have 9 lined up so far. Yeah. How's everyone doing today? Hey, Ches. All right. So obviously YouTube can see is. I don't know about Facebook. What says Facebook's up? I believe it's up. All right.
Yep. It's up.
Okay. So I guess we just start. Look at that. That was painless. We're up, running, painless. I'm kind of befuddled. I don't know what to do.
You say, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, there we go. I was forgetting to say that. But no one's really watching it. Well, one person's watching on YouTube.
They're going to watch the replay.
All right, Ches, have a question for you. Are you subscribed? Are you following? Have you hit that like button? See, now I'm waiting on response. You're getting heavy pressured. I see you, little red arrow up there. Push that like button. So for those of you on YouTube, hit the like button if you like what you see, and hit subscribe because there are tons of really talented streamers that we have on Pixologic Live, and it's really helpful. It helps us a lot if you hit subscribe and push like buttons. The algorithms really like that. If you have any questions, put them in the comment thing below. Section, area, zone. I found out. What's that?
Doobly-doo.
Doobly-doo.
Yeah, that's the technical term.
Oh, there's Scorpion Core. Are you Scorpion Core? I see you on YouTube. Have you pushed like? Have you pushed subscribe?
They said, of course. They're the one that answered.
Oh. So funny. So the other day, I was looking and E3's going on, so they were announcing all these new games, and they were talking about Stalker 2. And I was like, oh wow, is that based on the movie Stalker? Which is based on the book Roadside Picnic. Have you ever read Roadside Picnic?
No.
Really?
No.
Have you seen the Russian film Stalker?
No.
Ah, it's a great book. It's really spectacular science fiction, and I found out that the game is based on that. So it's like, ooh, I love the book. All right, no one wants to talk about sci-fi books. I see how we are. Fine, let's talk about this deer then. Hey, Sean, let's look at your deer. You know, your shape and forms actually look really good. I think at this point, you know, like what's funny is Thor soft. Have to turn on Thor soft. Oh, it's over there. It's control bar. Yep, there it is. And we can turn that off. Turn keys off. Turn the little pencil on. All right. Yeah, it is there. So, like, this stuff, you know, looks pretty good for getting your block up and stuff. And I would say that in this static pose, that muscle definition or that tension that comes from, you know, when muscles are flexing, I think you're lacking some of that tension, but because it's still in its A pose or T pose, I don't think that's quite a problem. The one thing I would like to see, though, is there's definitely a transition from, I mean, you're only at 250,000 polys, so you're not really jamming detail in yet. But there's a point where on deer and the such where you have the thighs and the upper leg is really meaty and there's tension and there's muscle. And then when you get into the lower leg, it becomes very bony, right? You know, because really all you have is the skin, the handful of bones, and then a lot of tendon, some slight calf muscles. But on deers, it's pretty fine, right? You're not seeing a lot of it. And I'd just like to see a little differentiation in the hard surfacing of the lower leg and the soft stuff up top. And you have tree limbs. Let's look at your tree limbs. Let's go to a tree limb. What do we have there? Turn paint off. So when you're texturing tree limbs, remember that your bark does travel along. See how like this is coming down and this is going out this way? Have these transition in, you know, because your bark is really doing that. It's not, you know, this isn't straight and then this bark's going this way. Just spend a little time to get those intersections kind of transitioning. You do a better job up here. This is pretty good. And I mean, this could be a stylistic choice, but these feel very sort of soft and tubey, where a lot of I mean, Madrone and Manzanita, they look a little bit more like muscles, but they don't have this thick a bark. Just take a look at your tree stuff and just double check, because a lot of this, you're going to get sort of, it's a little bit harder. You know, it's not quite so soft. These are slightly more harsh transitions, especially if you have heavier bark. And things don't get thinner at the intersections. They tend to get thicker at intersections. So don't have anemic intersections. And see how it's thicker here and thinner there? You are almost never going to have a tree that's thinner at the intersections than it is along the stem. So just make sure your thicknesses are making sense, right? Because see how these are more like thorn bushes as opposed to a limb. You know, that is going to get a little thicker at the base. And I understand you're trying to make it look like antlers as well, but you don't want it to look like one of those floppy sock guys. So just rethink how these intersections are happening, and just beef up your intersections a touch, and I think that's going to help you some. And if it is a tree limb, they're probably not going to go to points. You know, you can make them sharp by having it broken off there or something, but very rarely is a tree limb going to go out to a needly point, especially in this shorted range. I would work on your bark, like I said, a little. I do like what is this? Is this an alpha? It looks like it's an alpha. Yeah, my guess is if you laid in some alphas here. So duplicate. Dupe. I find with barks, I really like crumple. You can use alphas, but if you do, you have to be very careful, because just like what you did here, you got a little confused as far as the directionality of it. And I would say approach tree limbs a little bit more hard surface to begin with, and then you can soften them up. But you want, tree limbs have structure. They're not soft objects. And then the other thing is, what do we have here? 250. Is this a Dynamesh? I bet it is. Yep. So first I would deal with, I wouldn't do Dynameshing. I would have quad meshes. If you do go to the point in Dynamesh, get it to here, I would zremesh it. Here, I'll just zremesh it. And I'm not going to reproject all the way out to the tips, because I just want to get in this little area here and show you. Dun, 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 boop, boo-doo-doo-doo. Uh-oh, someone's pre-booped. Is that what I'm saying there? Boop, boop,
Yep.
boop, boop, boop.
One started booping early.
See? Premature boopulation. Half. Zremesh. I'm going to get this down. Half. Oh, adaptive turn. You got to make sure adaptive turns off. I was like, that was not half. It went up. It went from 13,000 to 14,000. Adaptive does not help when you're trying to have it down. Half. And as I'm doing this, we're going to start to lose some of these. Why are we getting an error there? I don't know. That's weird. Close holes, maybe? Zremesh? I don't think I've... Have you ever seen that? That's bizarre. Let's Dynamesh this again and... Okay, so now we'll do adaptive zremesh. It's weird. I don't know that I've ever seen that error before. Learn something new every day.
And forget it the very next.
Without a doubt. All right, so did that remesh? It did. Okay, so now half zremesh. Okay, half, half, half. See, error. What is that about? Are you seeing anything here that would... I'm going to ask Paul about that. That's weird. All right, whatever. So then redivide it up. And then that way you can move your textures around and stuff. You can clean up a little better. But what I was going to say is instead of using alphas, well, if you're doing this for rendering, I can understand why you're going to use alphas. If you're going to try to pull it out for print, sometimes your alphas get a little strange. And so I do like using crumple as bark. Crumple. And the first thing I'm going to do is just lay in a little cross lining here and get my rhythm going in the direction I want it. And then you can come in and start to get your directionality. And I'm just rocking back and forth. And the farther you rock, so you can see I'm dragging really big drags and how it gets very chippy and dramatic. Or you can just lay little ones to get, little strokes to get it to clump. You can see my brush isn't moving very dramatically. And then, like I said, you come back, and nice big strokes, it'll start to give you that chunk. And then over my little chunks, I'll do a little rotating. And that'll start to give me my rhythm of my bark. But this way, you really can control the rhythm of your bark, right? And like the bigger your stroke, the more separated out your crumple gets. Little tiny strokes, really big strokes. You can see it does all kinds of different stuff. But it's a really nice way to be able to tie your textures in, get them in, and then you can come back in and with slash or cracks, warp cracks, you can come in and start to, too much. You can come in and start to put these kind of lines in it and define, you know, your little bark lines. And you know, you can always come in, get these things smoothed out, clay tubes, get your lumps in, get something higher, lower, start to define your forms, and then you can get crumple back in there and do it on a smaller scale.
Hey, Tomas.
Bananas.
Yes. I think that answers that question. Thanks.
Next. Okay. Yes, sir.
Now, Leo wants to know if you recommend buying anatomy for sculptors.
I do. In fact, we have a discount for you. I find it to be the best quick reference anatomy for sculptors, and it breaks it down into, it goes through some of that Bridgman stuff where it shows the mechanics and how very simple functions the anatomy works. And as opposed to Bridgman, what I like about anatomy for sculpting, for sculptors, is it's overlaying on actual photographs. So the anatomy is real, where Bridgman gets a little, they look like short, muscular dudes. Like he uses like a 6.5 head length high. And he's about 4 head lengths wide. So his figures are pretty bulky. And the nice thing about anatomy for sculptors is that it goes through a bunch of different weights, right? You have really skinny people and you have some fat people. So you're getting a lot of body weight references as well. And it really goes through and shows you, oh, well, you got to remember that this is bone. This is meat. Right here is bone. Your collar's bone. Your hips are bone. So it shows you where your bone substructures are. I just think it's a great reference book for sculptors. Yeah, I would strongly recommend it. And I contacted them and asked them if they'd give my students a discount. And they did. And for those of you who are like, Tomas, you're just a shill. I make no money off that. I mean, that's purely me just reaching out and trying to get you guys a discount. So you go, daddy-o. All right. So I would think about, at least, even if you have your textures here, or, these alphas, I would probably come back in and you can crumple over these. But you see how this line just goes down? The alpha doesn't follow the organics of the sculpt, where if you're doing a sculpt, you can control where that goes. And you can still do that here by giving this a little bit of directionality in your alpha. You can see how that helps the flow of that quite a bit just by taking that corner. So don't just rely on alphas. It looks like that's an elephant skin alpha. Yeah. So work on your thicknesses. They don't get thinner at the joints. I probably wouldn't go all the way to a needle point. I'd make it probably look like twigs have pointed off, because otherwise it looks a little too much like a thorn bush as opposed to a tree. Yeah, but otherwise looks good. And like I said, I would think about, like in the cheek and face, this looks like a block out, so in the sense of it doesn't look like you've kicked the geo up and really started to sculpt a lot of detail into it. So we're not going to really go into that, but I would say make sure that you really capture the idea that this is just skin and bone, where this is muscle. So get that. And it happens here around the eyes and the face, like in the nose, that turns into just skin over bone with some tight little muscle. So the face is a little harder, the lower legs are harder, and getting that out there is helpful. All right. Any questions?
Yeah, how would you feel about pulling a VDM from a photo scan of real tree bark?
If you have that, yeah, that's great. But I would still say you're probably going to have to work in, unless you're really good at it, right? And I'm just going to do this on the leg here. Let's go to standard. Wait, I have some chisel brushes. Let's see, what do I have here? No, I don't have anything. Okay, so let's do... No, we'll just go to standard. I'm not going to go through all this right now. Standard, drag, and let's use that as bark. Okay. So the problem with using alphas or VDMs, right, is that they're not long. So what you have to do is you have to wind up piecing them together. And so what I would do is you want to make sure that you're keeping the rhythm of what's happening in the part, right? So, I mean, you can get down to it and get your rhythms sort of to go correctly on your surface and get, you know, and some of that's doing that. And then let's say this is a fork, so we need to go down this way. So you can see you can get surface rhythm, but the problem with things like this is that if you're doing it this small, you're getting a lot of repetition and you're not really getting that bark feel. Where if, hold on, do I have, I don't know what I have on this machine, so where is, what's, oh, everything. Bark. Oh, well, ZBrush textures. Let's just pick that one, whatever. Come on. Oh. So that's 2021 textures. So let's go here. Import this PC. Program files. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
No, the pressure in my headphone just changed. It. Never mind. So textures. Okay, so these are bark textures, right? So let's just grab a bark texture. So the problem with bark textures, one, you need a ton of resolution to make them work, right? So let's divide this up. Divide, divide, right? And most of your bark alphas are noisy. So you can see that if you're trying to make, let's say, a limb, and I know a VDM would be cleaner than this, but this is still going to show you the problem. So, you know, you're like, okay. Trying to get these things to flow naturally and not just be so noisy they're worthless is hard. And like I said, there, what was it called? Like something frog, leapfrog, or they had a lot of scanned textures. Excuse me. So to get it to flow, I mean, you can see that we can sort of get it there. But in doing so, it's just super noisy. And we can come back in and kind of take that down. But unless you have like 5 or 6 different alphas that you're going to interchange, you know, go through and do some and then go through and do another, you wind up with something that's very monotonous, right? So that's my only issue with bark. And like I said, if you're doing a VDM, you could feasibly make it longer and more interesting. But I still think you wind up with a lot of the same repeating pattern. And that, yeah, it just becomes hard to deal with. Because you could feasibly do long alphas or VDMs, but then that becomes much harder to go with the flow of the bark. So, yeah, it's tricky. Alphas being the answer is hard. Now, I don't know if Noisemaker, does Noisemaker have bark? Surface, noise. Where is it? There. Brick. Why are you over there? Yeah. Well, there's wood. I think that might be. And I'm never. One day I have to watch Eric's video so I can learn how to use noise. See, I can never get noise to work. Eric, I know. I'll watch our video. We have videos on how to use noise, but Eric made the video. I didn't. So my capacity to demonstrate Noisemaker. It's sad. So Noisemaker, if wood works, that might be an option. But it's just really tricky to keep it from looking like an alpha you just did over and over and over again. Whether that be a VDM or an alpha.
Aye, aye.
People are talking about rendering. I don't know. I look up like, yep. Yeah, I use Keyshot just because it works really easy. I can slap some metal tones on it. Its gem stuff works fine for very fast renders, so I tend to use Keyshot. Eric uses Redshift and is it Marmoset, the other one that he uses? I can't remember.
Yeah, probably. He uses all of them.
Yeah, he uses everything and its brother. He's a good renderer. I, on the other hand, not so much. Okay, who's next?
Up next, whoop. Yeah, okay, I'm unmuted. Juan Vargas. The only thing I know is Oeter Han, and I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Okay, that's Atwood, Faisal, Ash, Juan Vargas. There we go. Frame. What do we have? Oh, yeah. I remember this guy. Yeah, I think so one, if we're going to have the ears, we're going to do the ears. And I'm assuming they're ears, And I say that and you're like, well, they're ears. But I'm like, okay, well. They're like, no, well, they're not human ears. They're whatchamadoodle ears. I would still, if you're going to have ears, come in and just spend the ½ ounce and give it its rough shape. Because ears, no matter what their shape, do the same thing. They funnel sound down into your eardrum. So at least, you can have like an interesting shape or form, where it does something like that. And that gives you that little pinchy form or shape there. If you don't want it to, if you don't want it to be like your standard human ear because it's a little goblin ear or whatever. But give your ear some detail so there's at least a scoop and the hole, And then we got the bottom lid sort of down. But once again, I would say that if you're going to make them eyes, do it. Because we still have a somewhat humanoid character here. So don't be afraid of just giving it this handful of touches that are going to be sort of defining. So at least it feels like there's some rationale behind the anatomy. So it at least looks like there's meat holding a ball into a socket, depending on however you do it, you know. But you can see that here, your eyeball is just sitting on top of something. Here, this is holding it into the eyeball. And if you even want to be more minimalistic, and let's just go with this side, at least, once again, you know, kind of make it feel as if the ball is held in with something. So you can see even there where we didn't do a full lid or, oops. You still want it to feel like something's holding the eyeball into, you know, it is something sitting in a little meat sack that's holding it into the skull. So at least make it feel like there's that little meat sack. And then the rest of the character stuff is character stuff. You know, there's no, I would probably spend a little bit more time with your hair. What are we at? 1.6 mil. I'm going to divide it one more time. And that'll, and think of them in flat mats before you start. Do the big shapes first and then break it down, break it down, break it down. So we're like, okay, so that's in front of this. And so now we have that. And that's inserting there. And so that's a big shape. This is coming out of here. So that, you know, think about how hair grows and what's it doing. And make it flat. That comes over the top. That's flat. That's flat. That's on top. And so once you get your form shaped in, where it's attaching and starting on the body, then you can come in and break each one of these up. Minimum one. Smooth. Minimum one. And make sure you pay attention to where these things end. And then come in. And you're just making decisions about how you want it to look, what's on top of another. Make your brush smaller. And now you can break these up into little bits. And figure out how they're interweaving with one another. And then you can get down to the persnicketies. And just make sure what's on top makes sense. Make sure what's on the bottom makes sense. And that'll help you get to hair a little quicker. And I mean, that's fairly flat. You can punch it and make it as dramatic as you want. Yeah. Any questions?
Nope.
The other, okay. Here we go. Let's see if this works this week. The other thing you can do, and are we ready for this? Is this going to be a horrible demo?
Probably, but I am ready.
Okay. So, I find that when we were doing the beta, I found this to be very kind of useful. And it works with fabric, it works with bark, it works with like scales. So I'm just going to do some scale shapes here. Well, here, I'll do some bark. Divide. I got bark texture number 1. I got a knot hole. I've got a different kind of knot hole. I've got little choppy bark. Okay. Normally, I would have made this wider and really separated out and really got everyone going. So you take extractor and you come over here and you make your brush. We're going to change our focal shift a little so it's a little wider. Hold down G and then you record this. Come on, give me a clean recording. It's a crap recording. Hold on, let us see. Stop that. See how that's all weird? Okay. We did like 2 weeks ago we had this work perfectly well, and then it didn't work. And then it worked. So I'm going to try this because this was a suggestion of what it might be. There you are. Turn dynamic on. Just add a little thickness. Apply. Okay, so now it's double-sided. Let's see if this works. Extractor. G. Record. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Yeah, sometimes you're real good at it, and then.
But I don't change anything. We do the same thing. That's what's really annoying about this. Okay. Well, we're going to pretend that I can get extractor to work. And this might be you going and looking at extractor. But I find this actually works really well when it works. And I don't know why it's not working for me. And this is the second time I tried this that it's not working. So, you know, you have this bark texture. And then you have that bark texture. And then you have some knots. And then you have a different knot. And if you make the texture a little lighter towards the outside, you come in, hit extractor. You just have this on the side, and you can take extractor, do this, grab your texture, and right here you can see that for some reason my textures aren't recording right. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, because we demo this and it works great. And then last week it went weird and I have yet to get it to work again. I don't know why. Give me a clean. Come on, just do it clean. This isn't rocket science. Look at that. What is that about? So normally you get a nice clean texture, and the beauty of extractor is that you can go along right, and you can do it soft, you can do it big, and it changes the depth of your texture. I have no idea what that texture. And I haven't hit history on anything. There is no history state here. So if you are doing something that's, oh, hold on. Let's see if that does it. Let's make this our history state. Okay. Now let's take extractor and let's nope, hold on. G, and we're going to record this. Ah, look. There it is. So when you get to your stopping point, turn that into your history state, and it looks like that prevents it. So now we have this. Let's duplicate this. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to planar flatten this, just so we hide that for a second. And so now you have your tree. You come in, we have our extractor brush, we've extracted that first texture, and we come in and we put it in. And you're like, okay, look, we have that. And the nice thing is I can come right back here, and I'm going to extractor, hit G, hit G, and I'm going to do that, and now I have the knot. So we come back down here, you're like, okay, well, I want a knot, and you can make it sub, and now it's different direction. You can make it bigger, okay. And now you come back over here, and we want this choppy pattern. Hit G, record that, hop back over here, and now you can come in here, do little fill-ins, light. You can come in heavy, make them bigger, make it light, shatter. Come in and fill and blend. And so you can see that you can take a bunch of different textures, pile them up, and get really interesting combinations by using extractor. Because the beauty of extractor, like I said, is, let's go back to our rigid pattern here, G. come back over here. And that is, if you do have a limb or something, you can do it light, you can do it heavy, you can kick up your Z intensity, do it very light, do it very heavy, do it light, do it heavy. But you can see that it'll follow your stroke. So it's an easy way to get your texture in there and, you know, lay it in and get it interesting. So you can take your alpha of the bark, lay it on here, and then does standard still have that? It does. So let us again planar flatten. Let's go this way. Standard. Let's take our focal shift all the way to -0 so we don't get any distortion on the end. So now we just have our flat alpha. We can come in here, smooth this out. So now I'm going to come in here and make this my history state. Well, hold on. I'm going to do a little SK trim polish here and flatten this out just a touch and get some bright spots on here so it's not just all chatter. Okay. So that's now our bark pattern. Going to make this our history state. Extractor, and I just want this little area here. We're going to go G. And I'm just going to record that little ridge. Let's hop over here. Hop over here. Let's undo all this. And let's go there. And now we can lay in that bark pattern. And you can see that we now don't have to be so straight with it. You can make it deeper. You can go the other way. And if you start to repeat, right, you're like, oh, well, these are very similar. You just come over here, hop back over here, and you're like, okay, I'm going to take this one. G. Come back over here. And now we have a completely different bark pattern. Right, so this way you're not repeating, and you have the capacity to make it softer. You can make it smaller. And then smooth it out, and you can do whatever you want. So that's a really good way of breaking up your textures. Instead of using an alpha, make an alpha, come back in. And I would break this up so these have different feelings, right? I would find a more dynamic bark pattern too. This isn't super exciting. And, you know, that way, when you come into your model, you have a lot more control over how you're laying in patterns. Yeah?
Yeah.
I think that's a good thing. So now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to come over here and make sure this history state's turned off. Delete all. We don't need that anymore. Make sense? Everyone? All right. Who's next?
Up next, we have Steve. Mystic Cat.
is a good one. So, I love me a Hairless. It's awesome. And this stuff looks really good. So, the thing about the Hairless is where the wrinkles really are where the joints intersect. So, you have these really deep wrinkles here in the torso, but really you would have a lot of little wrinkles at the intersections. Right, this is where the wrinkles happen. Your neck's really good, like your wrists are good, your joints here, but where these joints hit are like, this is a lot of wrinkling for his torso as it is. This is a little bit more on point here where, oh, I have symmetry on, I'm making a mess. But the wrinkles actually happen here and here. And only when they're twisting do you really get a ton of torso wrinkles, right? Because the skin's very thin and it's going to happen in these intersections. Let's look. Let us look. See, this is completely bent on its up, right? It's bending like this, so it's wrinkly in the middle here. And this is a kitten. No, that's not a kitten. That's a pretty big one. But you can see where the wrinkles are happening are really around the joints a lot more. See here, right? There's some of the bigger folds on the body, but it's really all right here where this is wrinkling up around the neck, around the knee. See, you're getting those big torso wrinkles here, but it's because this body skin's pushing up, it's hitting here, and so we're getting a lot of wrinkles. But I mean, if you'll notice here in the armpit, but in the torso there aren't tons of them. This one has torso because it's sitting, right? So the skin is sliding down and we're getting wrinkles. So you got to think about where the gravity, here these are sitting, or these are close to where you're at, right? Yeah. So if you look, it's not big body creases, or it's not the skin acting like fabric. What's happening is it's gravity. And so you have here, you can see it's all coming, it's all initiating here. And then this is all here because this meat is falling this way. It's stopping at the crotch and that's going up. You can see here, but see back here, there's not a ton because the skin's falling. It's pinching in the armpit. Because they're leaning back, you're getting that back neck pinch, right? Back neck pinch. But see up here, there's 1, 2, 3 big folds. You can see these big folds are actually coming from the armpit. Their skin is really, really fine. And so that's why you get so many wrinkles, because it's moving a lot, right? It's transitioning its weight. See, here you're getting those big body wrinkles, but you're getting it because it's leaning back and all that skin's bunching right here. So the wrinkles are really coming from bunching, not folds, right? You're not getting like fabric where you get this. You're getting all this skin is coming up here. You're getting these wrinkles. this is bunching here. You're getting wrinkles there because of the armpit meat. And then you're getting regular wrinkles here. But this is all tight because it's all kind of falling down here and it's wrinkling around his ankles. So think about where, I mean, he looks great, right? But I would say instead of having wrinkles all the way up, right, this is actually on the outside of a bend. This would probably be much smoother and then have wrinkles down here, have wrinkles in the armpit, but you would probably have this smoother here. And then some steady wrinkles there, lots of wrinkles here, and lots of wrinkles there, but not big drapery along the back because this is pretty tight. And then you probably get a few wrinkles here around the tail because it is coming this way. So you'd start to get that, you'd get that, maybe some down here, definitely in the armpit. So think about where the weight is going, right? Because you have all this very even. And it's where in the front, I think this is a lot more weight. There's a lot more weight here. You can see this feeling and dropping. I just think that where the tension is, right here, you have wrinkles there. You'd probably have regular wrinkles through the belly and then lots of wrinkles here in the hip. So lots here, maybe some regular ones sort of here, lots here, and then lots here along the tail because all this is coming down. So that wrinkle might be there. I don't know if you're going to have those, if that makes sense. So reevaluate where the weight is in your wrinkles because, I mean, you got it there, but I think you approached it a little bit more like fabric as opposed to thin skin. And if it means going back and looking at a little bit more reference, because you have all this wrinkling here, but you have no wrinkling in this intersection here. And this is where so many of your wrinkles are going to be at these intersections, right? But your setup's nice. I mean, your pose is nice. It's a really nice image. I mean, like, you know, just a little tilt to the body. The pose is lovely. I would just go back and reevaluate your wrinkles. But, no, it looks great. It's very nice.
And that was the question that they sent along with this model. How to get proper skin folds.
Yeah, I think it's evaluating weight, right? If you think about, you know, it's just super thin. Like, I don't know any place on the human body that the skin moves that much. Maybe like a really old person. But there's a lot of, I don't know if you've had one or you've petted one, but there's a lot of play in the skin. And if we look at these reference points again, I mean, you can just see how much motion there is in the skin, right? I mean, I don't think kittens aren't helping as much. Let me see. Yeah, here, let's just look at it standing, right? So if you look here, and this is fairly, I mean, yours had a more open back pose. I wish they had this position from behind. That's weird. No, that just looks like a mouse. That's bizarro. But look at how much play there is in that skin. You know, that's crazy. That looks like a little rat. Okay, I'm like,
that is definitely a hairless mouse with that.
Okay, I'm like, that looks way more like a mouse. I'm like, that makes no sense at all. Okay. But even here, right? So she's lying on her back. But if you look, all the skin here, right? It's pulling tight, all the skin there. Taunt. tight. You're not seeing that tons of wrinkles there because it's really happening. See, like here it's happening in the neck. Let's see, what do we have here? I think this is a good example though, you know, between these. So, you know, this is actually pretty close to your pose in some ways. You can see that because it's sort of bending towards us, right? It's curving towards us. You're getting these regular wrinkles here in the belly. And I would make wagers there aren't this many wrinkles on the other side because it is sort of facing us, right? We're kind of getting this with the torso because the feet are sort of like this, but this foot's in front, that foot's behind, and the head's turning this way. So you're getting this directionality of the cat turning. So you're getting these wrinkles here. And that's why they're even spaced, nice wrinkles. But you notice they're not any of these, right? You had like drapery wrinkles in there. So how is this working? Well, it has a little hump in the back, right? So this is a pinch, getting wrinkles there. The head's turning up and back. We're getting wrinkles here. But you look here, there aren't a lot of wrinkles, even in this intersection until you get down here, because this is being pulled tight, because this stuff is moving back. Lots of wrinkles in the armpit. Lots of wrinkles in the armpit. Regular fold wrinkles. Lots of wrinkles in the joints. And look at how much meat is just sitting here hanging off the back side. But look, none of that comes back here, right? Because this is all tight, and the meat is literally just, where the skin is literally just falling. So I think that if you come back and look at a little bit more reference, see, that's a kitten, so it just has a lot more skin. It's the same one, right? Wrinkles where it's spinning, wrinkles in the pit. But look here, you might have one in there behind the tail, but there's not those regular wrinkles there. These are the skin coming up to the armpit. This is all armpit wrinkle. This is all bent knee leg wrinkle. This is neck twist wrinkle. This is all armpit wrinkle. Look, tight, 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 tight. So because the skin is so fine and it moves so much, you're really getting very directional, very obvious and direct wrinkles. So just think about where the bends are and why it's happening. Right here, see, you get a couple little body wrinkles like here, here, and here, but they're not big. Where's all the meat? Hanging down here around this crotch seam, around the armpit, and a few around the neck. But if it was twisting its neck, you'd get a lot more dramatically. It's looking down, so you're not getting a lot of that back of the neck wrinkle. Here again, wrinkles are here in this joint, wrinkles are here, here, and you're getting some wrinkles because of the head twist. That's not real. That's not real.
All right, I think they get it.
You would hope. All right.
I think you're gonna sit here and trace wrinkles all day, so I'm gonna stop.
Zip it. All right. What's next?
Up next we have Dakota Game Dragon model.
Game Dragon model. Boop. Come on. All right. I think this is just slightly strange I think because it's like your vertebrae is diving down behind the pelvic bone, right? Because this looks like you have your joint coming in, and that's your pelvic bone. But these look like connecting muscles, and so your spine is going back and down. So your spine's connecting on the underside of your pelvis, right? If this is a pelvis bone, the spine's like coming all the way back down in here, but it's also a tail. So I would say, and I get this, I mean, I understand the silhouette, but I would say that you probably want to reverse this a little. Don't have your vertebrae dive in. Have your pelvic bone and muscles come from there. I wouldn't, like if this is so big, I wouldn't collapse this in so much. And it kind of, I mean, like I see what you're trying to do, sort of like what's happening with a dog's tail end, right? Or any of the big cats, it gets very thin up under those back legs. But with the dragon, I think you got to be careful because, especially Chinese dragons or the Oriental Asian dragons, I don't think you want to get that deep in there because it completely breaks the flow of the part. So kind of reevaluate how much belly you have compared to the back, right? Because I think you were going off the silhouette, but we're losing, right? We have this, and we have this, but all this is way up here. And for some reason, I just think that this, and what's funny, it's all this intersection right here. I think we lose the continuity of the body there. Because if you're basing these intersections on, like, you know, cats, dogs, something in that vein, like there's just so much meat in the belly and there's not meat on the back. So let's see if we can quickly okay. I just think that, like, you tried to take this middle torso area and turn it into more like a mammal. And especially with the Asian dragons, it's much more like a snake. Like just how the body works, how they bend and such. And you're like, well, I'm not doing that. I'm making my own dragon up. That's fine. I just think that you lose your rhythm in here and it becomes clumpy. So let's... All right. So I'm being melodramatic there. Let's try to get this closer to your shape. So I think you want to try to get back a little bit more into the snake rhythm, because you come back here and then you have this and then this dives back behind that. So let's duplicate this. Let's take this all the way back to start. Stop that. Hide that. I would also I would have this as, I would keep my layers, have this as a quad model and keep my layers, because with this being a Dynamesh, you can do almost nothing with it to repose it. You're kind of stuck with what you have until you remesh it. Come on. Control W. So, yeah. Did I turn it into groups? I believe I did. I did. Okay. Now keep groups, and I'm going to Dynamesh this down to 500,000. It's thinking. I was like, I think I said 500,000, not 8,000. Is my video freezing because I'm killing everything?
No.
Okay, good. Yeah, my mic's a little higher.
The worst.
It's mic fencing. Oh my god. It's so painful. All I did was re-Dynamesh it. Okay. Goodness gracious. The agony. Oh, no, that's interesting. Look at that. I forgot it did that. So I'd come in, get the rhythm down. And this is why I would keep this as a quad model with its subdivision, so I can come back here and readjust this stuff. So you can pose and futz with it, where once you turn it into a Dynamesh, you lose that capacity. Or at least to do it cleanly. Okay, hold on. We're going to turn everybody else off. Let's get... You can see I'm starting to think about my anatomy, right? Okay, that goes back into the hocks of the back leg. Comes down. My spine. So if you're thinking, you know, you wanted this to be your rib cage, let's just block this out like it were your rib cage, because you sort of have this, it seems like you were trying to get that mammal torso. So if that's your rib cage, right? Or you could say that, you know, this humps the end of your rib cage maybe. So then that comes down. Those are your abdominal muscles. Into the groin. I want those to bulge out a little because of the belly, I guess. Is that where your thicknesses are, right? That comes up and behind your shoulder blades.
This is an unrelated question, but while you're working, maybe you can answer it.
Bananas.
It is, yep, that's it. Covered it again. You're so good at that. Darth Morgan is having a problem where they hit Control W and it doesn't convert all the polygroups into one polygroup. Like they've got several colors on their model after they hit Control W. Everything is in the same subtool. Nothing is masked. Can you think of an explanation for that?
You know, it's funny. Are you on 6.6? Are you in the latest version? Or 6.5 or 6.6?
No, not the latest version.
Because I was going to say, it happened to me the other day, I think, where I had a single thing that was not different tools, and I said auto group, and I wound up with my solid turning into a couple different polygroups. Yeah, I think it might just be a glitch. Did you auto group it? So you may want to try hitting auto group and see how that turned it into one thing, because this is one tone. where let me bring those legs back in and I go auto group, and you can see how it turns everybody into a different color. So make sure you're hitting, well, Control W. I don't know if there's a shortcut. Is there a key shortcut to auto group? I don't know.
Oh.
I don't use key shortcuts. See, I don't even know what they're called. I call them key shortcuts, and that's not what they're called. What are they called? Keystroke? What do you call a shortcut? Is it just shortcut?
I think it's just a shortcut.
Okay. Well, you don't call it a
make me forget a word?
key shortcut. I don't know what the hell.
Hotkeys.
Hotkeys, that's the one.
Oh, the more I listen to you, the more words I forget.
It's a key shortcut. No, Tomas, that's not what it's called. Yeah, you know, I think that I had it do something like that to me recently. If it keeps doing it, auto group and C and then Control W, because if we come in here, stop that. Control W should turn everyone the same color. Yeah. Control W turns everyone the same color. Auto group. If it keeps, well, first of all, update. Stop being silly. It's free. Update. If that doesn't work, just do a clean reinstall. Just reinstall the program, and that should do it. Sometimes things get weird. There aren't magic answers. Things just get weird. So W, we're going to grab these guys. And we're going to slide you kind of up to where you be. Kind of slide you up to where you be. So I would get the rhythm of the dragon first. And then position my legs and stuff. If that makes any sense. Because I think you just had something really weird going on with your torso. And I mean, you can come back in and start to futz with stuff here a little. But especially, sort of like I said with the Asian dragons, it's much more that snaky kind of rhythm going down. And you kind of blend at the two. And unfortunately, the silhouettes don't really fly that way. So, I don't know. I would say work with your proportion, your rhythms on your torso first, and then add your legs. Hopefully that was helpful. Okay.
Sounds good.
What's next?
Ash, which is just called Basic Material 2.
Here's Ash. I think he painted this, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Okay. He's purple. Oops. He's black. He's blue. Okay. And I know that his chin has cut in detail, but especially in this fold here, don't cut it in, make it planes that meet. Right, because this isn't a cut-in trench, it is two planes that intersect. And you can see I can get as defined a crease there, but it's not So when we look at it like this, what we have is this muscle coming and doing this. This muscle comes and intersects that. It's not that. So just remember, and with this intersection, a lot of people do it, where you just take, I don't know, damn standard or thing, and you just come in and cut it. And the problem is that that's not what's happening there. So just make sure that you, make this a plane, and this is coming over that plane. Right. Other than that, I mean, you're doing it here with the lips as well. I understand why, but, these aren't big trenches. They don't need to be cut in so dramatically. All you need is a nice defined ridge. You don't need these huge steps. Because what those huge steps do, or those huge cutouts, it actually removes the context of the surfaces that are touching. And you lose the fact that that's a lip edge sitting on your lip. Right, you can see I don't have to cut that in to get a lip crease there. And the same here with under the lip. Just make it a transition. You don't have to cut those into these huge gullies. You just make it a step instead of a groove. It winds up looking a lot more natural. You can see from back here, you can see the edge of those lips perfectly fine. You can see that cheek muscle transition really fine without it becoming these huge scoops, And I understand that these could very well, these are supposed to be sort of scoops, that's fine, but don't do it with things that they're not, Other than that, he looks great. Little flat ears, he's funny.
So Ash is here.
Mm-hmm.
They said they were also trying to make his helmet, but it became too difficult. Do you have any suggestions for hard surface objects?
Yeah, let me re-look at the helmet real quick. Brain fart. I just said his name. What's the character's name?
Thanos.
Thank you. My brain. Thanos. Okay. All right. How to approach his helmet. I think that I would probably duplicate this. Hide this, hide this. Oh, good going. You saved your at least some of your subdivision levels. I'm going to get rid of all this. Hairless. And then I would probably just come in very quickly. See through. What do we have there again? point up around center cheek and down. Point up, center cheek and down. Okay, there's a little point there, but I don't care right now. Center cheek and down. Okay, it's going to cover the back of his head. It's probably going to come down here under his cheek. Turn this up a little. Okay. And right now I'm just trying for the base shape. Smooth. It came in a little close to those eyes. So at this point, I would come in, wipe out the face. Just so when trim dynamic. There we go. And I'm obviously not using reference here, so don't worry. It's not that shape. Don't want to hear it from you. Just gonna cut it in. Boop. Yep. Yep. High res, high res, high res. So now you have the rough shape. I'm going to come in, find my edges. And once again, all I'm trying for at this point is the base shape, because this thing has like 3 different layers, right? There's the top layer, there's this layer here, and then the top layer. I'm not worrying about my layers right now. I just want to get my base form in. In defining where my edges are. Just going to smooth it out. Okay, I have my base shape. I'm now going to come in and I'm going to mask this off. All right, we're going to hide that head. I'm going to come back in and unmask. And as you'll notice where I have that sharp edge, right, I came over and I made that flat. I'm going to make sure that I'm on the flat side of this intersection. Okay, and you can obviously come back in and be a little more persnickety. I'm not going to worry about it because all I'm working for is my base geometry. I'm going to come in like that. And now I am going to come over here, extract negative 0.02, not double, negative 0.02. I want my T borders extract. Come over here, hit accept. Come here, hide everybody else. These go away. Come here. Let's look at our geometry, zremesh. We do have polygroups, right? Keep creases. ZBrush. Woo! There we go. And I'm just going to look at everybody. X symmetry is on, so we have a center line. What is that? Is that a crease or is that just a point? That's just a point. So now I'm going to come back in here. Come on. I'm going to go to half. Keep creases, ZRemesh. ZRemesh. And I'm just making sure my remesh is nice and clean. I'm going to go same because I want to see if this will clear up a little. ZRemesh. One more time, see what we got. There we go. Because like having this weird little pinch back here, I know this is going to be under something. So I would prefer to have this clean. And what is that, 2000? So that sets at about 1000. Let us ZRemesh half one more time. That gives us 11, so that makes half of that 6, so that's good. So now I'm going to come in, I'm going to hold down Control Shift and tap. Okay, let's try that again. Hold down Control Shift and tap. Okay. There we go. Okay, so now I have the one thing, delete hidden. I can come out here and we can futz with this if we want. Here's where we can tune the shape, the base shape up. Change it around a little, bring it more forward, make it look a little bit more like a helmet. Need these. Let's look at the top. We want this to come out a little more. All right, these little cheeky things will come in a little more. All right. Just get this out a touch more, just so he doesn't have a little pin head. Okay, that's looking a little bit better. Let's turn his face on again. Let's just make sure everybody's in the right place. Like actually this rides up a lot closer to his eye. This comes down a touch. And remember, I'm just looking for that base shape right now. These come out more. These tips come in more. Right, you're just tuning it to the shape in relationship to his face. You're like, okay, that's great. Come down here. Turn on dynamic. Turn smooth off. Look at it, and now we add our thickness. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna go W and shrink it a little. Because thickness goes in both directions. I wish you could get thickness to start at the surface and go, but it doesn't. It sort of double thickens. Let's add a little bit more thickness. There we go. Okay, so we have our base form there. We go apply. Now you can take move, elastic, reshape it a little. And I don't mind that I'm digging into his head. All right. So now we have our base form. We still have our creases there, so we can divide it. It's just going to get smoother. So now that's your base shape. And then you're like, okay, well, the next shape is that. Just go through the same thing, do the next one in, do the next one in, and it allows you to keep nice, smooth, hard surfaces and build your model out in different layers. And now with the new brushes, and see here I haven't played with it, you can mask this, and they're the new extraction brushes that do this too, so it just pops out. And you can do it in layers at a time, but I would still suggest doing it that way for your base shape, so your base shape is nice, clean, smooth, right? Because you can, if you have your base model set up here, you can now come in and you can also do it this way, where let's Z modeler. And you can go, okay, well, I need that to come up. Pull that out. And then the center layer does this, let's say. Pull that up to that layer. Change a little, boom, get it up. Pull that layer up. And then let's say that was something that did that. I obviously haven't looked at the helmet again in a bit, but, and now you can get that layer out. And if you want these to remain sharp, come in, doop, hold it over the edge, crease, and there should be edge loop, boop, nope, poly loop, boop, no, boop, really, okay. Geometry, crease. Man, is it in the curve palette? See, I lose everything. You can get it to where it'll crease around your poly groups. I don't know why. I don't do this a lot this way, so sorry. You can get your loops to crease somehow. Yeah, it's not working. Well, you can go through and crease it with edge loop partial. Boom, boom.
Raython seems to believe that crease by polygroup is above bevel.
Oh, it's its own thing, isn't it? Oh, it's in squares. Bevel, add to curve, and then it's polygroup. No. I don't know.
In the geometry tab, not in ZModeler.
Oh. Crease. Yeah, here's crease. Where is...
Look down a little bit. Crease PG.
Oh, crease PG. Okay. And there you go. So now it's creased your polygroup. So now when you divide it, those retain sharpness. It'll lose everything. And so that's a really quick way of getting really nice clean geometry. But if you start with the sculpt first, extract it, and then zremesh that into a base polygroup, you can do all kinds of stuff with that base polygroup, and it's nice, clean, sharp edged. Did that help, Ash? I know that was these aren't a lot like a lot of the polygrouping tools and stuff. I don't use a ton, so I lose them easily. Was Ash here? Yep. This is Ash, right? Am I completely confused? No.
Well, you're not confused.
It's been so long.
They said yes.
Okay. So I would always start something from the sculpt. You know what I mean? And then you can really get these beautiful organic forms and then turn them into hard surfaces. And I know that's not what the helmet looks like, but you get the idea. All right. Any more questions about that? I am stories. So am I. Okay. Who's next there, buddy? Hey, buddy.
That's me. I'm Buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Moses.
Moses.
FMH.
Okay.
It's a head.
It's a head.
It's a head.
Oh, there's Moses. Moses. Hey, Moses. Looking good. And actually, you did. What's nice is you didn't do what most people do, and that is cut this in as a line. So your intersection's pretty good. This blends in just a little bit better. I'm sure you can find a handful of people that this sort of does this, but you need to cut a line in there. No. That just becomes a softer intersection. And then normally this is just going to come down a little bit more. I'm going to put some division in here so I can actually do something to this. You have this weird pinch, right? See how you have this high point here? Now what's funny is that there actually is a muscle insertion there. So there are some people where you can actually see that tendon sort of pinchy thing there. Not often. So just once again, think of this plane coming in, this plane intersecting, and that line is created with that edge that comes down and up. You see how that ridge can be implied there, but you very, very rarely see this just as this continuous line. This usually kind of comes in here, and then these muscles sort of do that. Your eyelid, so what you didn't do in the cheek area, you did in the eyelid. So, let me get rid of that for a second. This does this. Whoa, that's clay buildup. The eyelid's a thin piece of skin. And then this is the meat from the brow. So that isn't cut back in there. It's a change of plane again. And so you just want to make sure that you don't cut that. Just sort of backing in. You want to make sure that it is two different planes of meat intersecting. I made that a little melodramatic, but and now I changed the angle, which was bad. bad. So instead of coming in and cutting a line here, because I changed the angle of that lid when I just put that stroke down, and if you're coming in here and you're trying to figure this out and you're sculpting away and you're like, oh yeah, look, I got this lid, what am I going to do with it? This is where twist works far better than cutting in. And you come in and you twist it, right? And you can see that's rolling that lid, or rolling that meat over the brow meat over the lid. Clay fill, hold down Alt. So it's taken away. Clay fill, fill. And now you can make that edge distinctive by coming in and make it a step. And I know this is farther up than you had it, but because right, what's happening there is that's one meat coming over another piece. Navigation issues. SK twist, come in. And I would just brighten that edge up a little. Clay fill right behind it. And you can see you get a similar line, but it's not this. It's from the side, right? It's one piece going up under the other piece. So what you have is this step, and then this is coming over it. Those steps are real important, as opposed to everything being this silhouette. You want your eyelid and then the meat coming down. So it's much more about this happening as opposed to, oh look, I'm going to cut a groove in it, right?
Riz wants to know if you've ever used /2, the brush.
Yeah, maybe. I know that I played with, I must have, yeah. I played with a bunch of the slash brushes, and then I just took slash and played with my own settings and got it to TW slash. In Pablo's brushes, he has that set of clay brushes, and there's some slash brushes in his clay brush set that I think are fantastic. I like them a lot. Do I have them in here? No, I don't see any of the clay brushes here, do you?
No.
Yeah,
They're
no.
probably in your light box.
They're probably not loaded on this.
They're probably not on that computer.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. But Pablo has some spectacular brushes. They're awesome. Do we have a hot link for his brushes?
You know, I don't think I do, but I will grab one right now.
Yeah, because he makes some fabulous brushes. Actually, he teaches some awesome classes, too. He's a badass.
Oh, he's got a skin folds brush.
Yeah, he came out. There's like a whole new little set of brushes that he just did. The other thing is, like right here, once again, this comes down to how these things intersect. You know, this is much more like a fold or a pinch. You're not, especially towards the front of the ear, you're not going to get that scoop right there. That's going to look like that. And then in the back, this isn't flat. You sort of get the back of the, man, that little hollow part of the ear is evading me tonight. I can't think of what this little scoop is called. Can't remember. Like I have conical in my brain, and I'm like, that's not it. And you sort of have this thing going on in the back where this is a crease or a pinch, and then you get, that's the hollow part of the ear that's reflecting the sound back into the ear, and then this is sort of a, so the back of the ear kind of looks like that. Yeah. Yeah. All right, there we go. Any questions? What is this? Hey, buddy, what's this? It's a brain sucker. What's it doing? Okay.
What in the world?
You didn't look at my little picture.
No.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah, this.
For God's sake. Help me over here. It's because you weren't looking.
I saw you with your hand on your head talking about a brain sucker.
Right?
That
What's
just
it?
means nothing to me.
Don't you remember as a kid, you go up and do that to someone's head? You're like, what's that? And they're like, what? It's a brain sucker. What's it doing? Oh, no. Starving.
Oh, I'm certain I never did that.
Oh, right. I forgot. You've grown up in a post social media world. Y'all don't touch each other anymore. You virtually you play virtual duck goose, right?
When I was young, there was no.
Oh yeah, words.
We were on Windows 3.1
Uh-huh.
with floppy disks that were actually floppy.
I know, 4.5-inch floppy disk.
Yep. All right, open Raphael.
Actually, what was it 5.5 disc ones? The big ones that were like that. They were great.
I thought it was just 5, but yeah, it might be 5.
Or 5, yeah, whatever, 5-inch. Who's next?
Yeah. Demon.
Oh no, it's this one, isn't it? I keep going to horn. It's this one. He's great. He's like a really edgy, wide-jawed Hellboy with both his horns. I like the smoke. That's pretty great. Yeah, your anatomy's fun. I would just make sure that you bring some of this hard edge stuff into the torso. It doesn't look like you've gotten that far, so I'm not going to hound you on it. And I'm quite fond of the hard edge and then the soft tissue implication. Super nice. That's a great character. You've done a really good job of getting sort of the soft muscle tension stuff, but retaining the hard edge stuff. I'd probably do a little bit more lumpy dump right here just to get that feeling, maybe a little soft edge pinch there. Because I like how the edge is hard, or the ear is hard, yet soft. You've done a good job with that. That's cool. Yeah, you know, I mean, if you do, you know, like a hard clavicle into sort of a softy lump there. Soft pinches and like maybe a hard lip there. hard, soft, lumpy. No, he's rad. I like him a lot. Yeah, and I would probably just get maybe just a couple sort of sharp creases in your fabric. Just continue on with that juxtaposition of soft and hard. Because otherwise it's going to look like you... I think I would probably... Because these horns have no soft in them, right? You know, they're very stylized. I think I might carry the stylization here. Just so the intersection with the horn has that hard edge in it. Maybe give like the intersection here in the front just a little bit of flesh, so the soft and then no, I stretched all that out when I pinched it. Destructive pincher. I pinched the living bejeebus out of that, didn't I? No, you also have incredibly low polys here. That could have something to do with the divide. Does that give me enough? Yeah, that gives me a little bit more. You know, so it feels like the horns coming out of the head soft. And that'll counteract the hard. And then have the brow, or this, can't think of what that crest is called. Having a bad anatomy brain day here. Hey, super cool. I like him. Very cool, very cool.
Yes, I see no questions.
I like him. He's groovy.
Up next, Faisal.
Alrighty. I think that, what is that, like 10 centimeters? I mean, 10 millimeters. 10 centimeters! No, don't set scene scale. 11.5. That's tall. It's going to be a lot of metal weight. Which is fine, just know that it's tall. And it comes very, like, it's very high off the finger, even from the sides, which means you're going to get a little more rocking. Honestly, especially on something that's tall, you may want to bring this down here just a little so it sits a little flatter on the finger. And you can see we're still up and away from the finger, right? But that's not, if it's just tall and thin, it's just going to rock. That's going to make it a more solid fit. I mean, stylistically, you know, this is very consistent. You have some depth stuff in it. It's nice. You may want to maybe look at something like, I always choose the one that is, well, I guess he always leaves it on the one that's decimated. You may want to play with something like this, especially if you have something this tall. And that's going to make that transition a lot more dramatic. And if you did that, you could come in here and do this. You can see, but especially if you're taking up that 11 mil, bringing these down so, right, you have like a nice height transition. It just makes that a lot more dynamic as you're looking around at it. I don't know, it looks good. Any questions? Questions?
No.
All right.
Up next is Miko.
There you go. I like your rolled edges. And on this, it's nice because the rolled edge really looks like an architectural element. Now, and this is just, I actually quite like the rolled edges in this context, but just remember, if you do want them to be flatter, all you do is come back with clay fill, and you can fill that right up to the edge, and that allows it to look right, not like the roll, but like the edges up and off of it. But I think the edges look good here.
Hello.
Oh, sorry. So, like your rolled edges, I think that right here with your eye, this flattens out a little bit more in here and comes under that. And I just think that got a little puffy, so it actually makes that over under there a little less dramatic if that's puffy. It flattens out quite a bit, and that keeps you from getting this being such a hump. Right, that's a little bit smoother. And then that comes in and under. So it's not just a half round. It's sort of that scoop shape. It's sort of instead of just because then you get the there as well. See, that feels like it's going over and under a little more. I might have made that just a touch dramatic. So I think you probably want to put a little bit more implied tension here. This thins out a lot. Gosh, my brushes. Small, small, small. Because if that's just smooth there, it doesn't look like that's stretching. It looks like it's like the jaw's closed. So get a little bit more of that sucking in, because as you open up, you lose the bunching there, you know. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And chances are, because your bottom jaw is dropping, you're not just opening your mouth, you're opening quite a bit. The upper lip, hold on, come on, go back. See, that looks like it's just, see how that looks like you're just opening your mouth, where just by changing this angle just a touch, it looks like it's stretching more. You see that?
Yes, I see.
It's a really subtle thing. But from the profile, I think that makes more sense. And that would also give you a little bit more sort of weight in here. Is just your head 21 million polys? No, I guess you have that detail up there. Okay. Oh. Yeah, because you're trying to retain that edge fidelity there. That's why you have so many. But just with the mouth open, does that make a little bit more sense? Yeah, I would say that's... I would just get a little bit more tension in that lower jaw because it's pulling away. This stuff looks nice. Your leaves look good. Yep.
Could I ask you to take a look at leaves around the head? Not sure if I should keep them this way. I worked on them yesterday and I didn't like them, in fact.
You didn't like the leaves? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the flow concerns me.
I think the flow concerns you because, they look pretty good this way. Are the leaves separate? Let's go to the leaves here. Come on. Oh, that is so annoying. Oh, we're on the leaves. Okay, ignore me. I think the leaves are bothering you because if you look from the top, you know, what they're doing is they're kind of pointing in like this here. So your eye's stopping before you come around to the front, if that makes any sense, right? The arrow, everything's just pointing and you're stopping here and your eye stops there, right? You know, it's not a nice, it's all just like, where if you just change how they end, I think that might help some. Where... Stop it. Let's see here. Maybe... It might be a little low, but... I'm just looking for a better return there. Just our point of focus needs to come back up and kind of go back along with the flow of the face. And once again, this may not be exactly the answer, but so if we look at how that incorporates into the head, right, from all the angles, it's going into the face, it's coming in, you have the curves that are, it's flowing along with the shape of the head, where here, right, you're just dead ending and it kind of is floating out of nowhere. Like what that leaf is pointing at makes no sense. It also, you know, that little thing is digging in so that ear meat's sticking out. Right, you have this trench, boom, boom, and then it goes tight and, you know, chances are you know, this is soft tissue. This is hard. I would say that the implication is, especially since it's, it's the same texture as the flesh. I think this might have something to do with it as well, because now all of a sudden you have the flesh coming over hard surface.
Yes.
So I think that, you know, maybe, come on, keeping the meat behind the hard surface. See, that makes a little bit more sense as, you know, it's like a cap, or, you know, it's adhered onto the surface as opposed to, did I do it on, oh, symmetry was turned on that side. Sorry. I meant to do it on one side, not the other. But I think that actually will help that area some. because now it's on the head, not in the head. Right? Oh, this machine is so slow. All right. So you have the same texture going to there, then that is nice and clean. Texture. No. I think that just looks a little bit more naturalistic. You know, that makes a little bit more sense. And then getting the leaf to at least flow with the surface there. And now that you've changed that, you know, it could be, let's go to this guy. You know, maybe this comes in, and instead of just pointing down, you know, maybe this starts a little lower and it actually is that triangle, you know, where it's not just pointing in there, but where it's actually coming out of that form. You know, I guess something like that could be an option as well. I just think that both, you know, these things were just pointing in, and that shape was a weird shape. You know. You have all these curls coming here. You know, maybe you do that. And then the leaf comes out of that shape. Right, at least it looks like it's flowing with the head. So there's a couple options. Yeah, I think since you have these flourishes as your resolution on all of these, I would probably do it here as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that attaches that stuff. And, you know, you can even get sort of a long contra flourish there or something. But I think that'll tie these finishing shapes in. You know, that might, I don't know.
While he doodles on your model, will you tell us how you made those flourishes, the spirals on top? Is that freehand or an alpha or?
Clay tubes.
Clay tubes.
Just
Thank
just
you.
sculpted them.
That's my man right there. Clay tubes. That's what I like to hear.
And the skate twist to roll edges.
Right. Yep. So he did that. He made it curve, and then he came in with twist and rolled the edges.
Yes.
Ta-da!
That's all.
Magic. Ta-da! You know, and I think that being tied to the leaf somehow would incorporate it into the head just a little bit more. If I did this, I'd make this line tie a little bit more into your flourish. Nope. Really? That's just giving up working now. I don't know. because you can't see it from the front, and then from the side that ties into your head shape a little bit more. And then that's sort of pointing back into the flourish, so you're getting a nice flow there. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Yeah.
Thank you. I see. I will work in this direction.
Ow! Oh! I just dropped a mechanical keyboard on me toeses. That hurt.
Unfortunate.
Wow. Right on the tips of my toes. That was horrible. I got like all 10 of them. Bam! I just guillotined my toes.
May I also ask you for an advice about how can I make eyelashes on the head? I took a look at some references, but most of sculpted ones that I found were super detailed. And I don't want to use some brush with meshes, because I prefer to sculpt ones.
Yeah. So, I'm sorry. Did you say eyelashes?
Yes.
Okay, just making. Sorry, I just making.
I know, very bad English, sorry.
No. Your English is very good. I mean, I understood what you said. Then I was like, then he said on the head. I was like, uh-oh. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, eyelashes are one of the hardest things in the world. I mean, they're so tricky. I so rarely do them. I think that, honestly, if I ever do them, I just tend to just bring it straight off, especially since if you're trying to go to print, right? If you're actually trying to produce it, boom, take slide and just come off the bottom side of the eyelid, and that gives you the angle. And now from the front, you have to curl them up a little, obviously make them the shape, right? And I tend to just keep them in very simple, nice hard form off the bottom of the eyelid, and usually I'll just use slide. And then when you put the eyeballs back on, right, they just become that kind of shape. Eyelashes are hard to sell physically. Usually it's just, if you got to think about like mascara, fake eyelashes, right? It's just a block of color. It's not. I really did crunch my toe. So I would think of doing it more in the vein of just a solid thing, and then just breaking it up however much to give the implication of eyelash. And you want to make sure that it's, it's looking like that slope from all sides, right? So you get sort of that shape, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But boy, eyelashes are tricky. I tend to just make, like, if you want it to be pokey, do that. But often, no, nothing's going to happen until I stop it. Come on. Really? You're not going to undo? Why isn't it undoing? No.
Because you're on the eyeballs.
Fine. Very often I'm just going to come in. Same thing. Just take slide. Just do a large shape. And just when you get down here to the eyelid, just sort of have it transition. So the eyelid kind of goes behind it. And then that is, you know, whatever silhouette you want there. And usually you want it to have a little bit more belly than that, because you're implying that curve, right? And then when you get back here, you put your eyeballs on, right? You know, it's looking like that flare, and when you have light, it reads as a big flat dark panel, you know, or as a solid mass. Come on, give it to me. No, you're not gonna give it to me. You see how it's dark there? And so you can then come back in and you've stretched this out. You got it where you want it. Put your eyelid back in. So you at least get that reflection of the meat intersecting with the eye. So those are, you know, it's hard. Eyelashes are tough, but you can see that that sort of implies that they're there. They're a little high.
Mm-hmm. I see. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Something in that vein, probably. All right. Looks great.
Cool. Thank you.
Cheers. Riz wants to know what kind of shoes you're wearing. Are they flip-flops?
I have them tucked in at the moment. But they have elastic shoelaces, so they function as like slip-ons. Phew. These are the ones from China. The ones from France have a little bit more insole in them. But they all have natural rubber soles. They're comfy. These are dirty because I was gardening in white shoes. All right. Any other questions?
No.
That's as far as we go on my garmenting.
Yep. That's it. Now you're going to download a new file.
Am I? Are we done?
We're done with those.
That's pretty awesome, actually. What time is it?
10:43.
Wow, look at us. We're killing it. Killing it. So I should go back and demo some more wrinkles? Is that what I'm saying?
No, you should just use SwordSoft to draw over pictures of wrinkles.
Some more? I can do that.
Yeah.
I think I can find a lot more wrinkles.
Yeah, just for another like hour and a half or so.
Okay, let me delete these guys. Just so I don't wind up with monstrous file size here. Because my poor computer is running out of hard drive space, because nobody needs hard drive space. Who uses more than 500 megabytes of hard drive? I don't know. Who would do something like that? Any ideas?
Certainly not me.
I don't
Not
know.
on my C drive.
Yeah, well, there's no other drive in this, so
Right.
I don't know what to talk about that. All right, so we are downloading. No. Boop, 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 boop. My helmet didn't look anything like his helmet. I guess I should have looked at it, huh?
I mean, you made the point.
That looks more like Black Panther's helmet. See, where's Jack Kirby? You know, Jack Kirby's just rolling in his... I don't think Jack Kirby's dead, is he? Is Jack Kirby dead?
I don't know.
Holy Hannah, all of these have come in since we've been doing this?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's only 6.
I know, but that's not true. 1, 2, 3, 4.
A lot of them are just renders and whatnot.
Okay. Which is like, goodness gracious. People are very
You've
excited
got
today.
one more under order.txt to click.
Oh, and another one. He's sneaking them in there, isn't he?
Yeah, that just came in.
I know, literally. It was just like, boop. All right. Six minutes. Holy Hannah. There's some big models in there. What's our speed test?
Break, refill your soda,
Yeah.
go to the bathroom.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a potty break.
Okay, draw BRB on your screen.
Hold on, I gotta... What? You're not tap dancing?
No, I'm gonna take a break too.
Yeah. I think we have enough download there, don't you think?
Yeah, I think it's alright.
Okay. Considering we're streaming and downloading.
Right.
Okay. Where is soft the word? Soft the word.
Sword,
Be right back.
Pro streamer.
Hmm?
Pro streamer.
What? That's not what pro streamers do?
No.
Oh. They have little intermission screens, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Well,
They use their stream deck effectively.
my stream deck's not here. One day when I actually have a computer and it's all in one place and I can stream from there, we'll get this sorted out. What's my net speed though? Well, my download was just 120. Okay, I'll be right back. Potty break. Potty break. All right, chat. Did you hear him ridicule my Stream Deck usage? It was not nice. He's not very supportive sometimes. Hello, hello, hello. All right. Hey, happy birthday. It's okay. We haven't been anywhere soon. How old are you, Jay? Love you too, sir. Congratulations. You made it past, I guess, your second sort of age hump. It's sort of like 18 is one, and then 21, and then it's 40. I always forget how old I am. It's just, it's so not important to me anymore. Oh, we're still downloading. Holy hell. Any tips for a character artist? Oof, get good. I know that sounds like a horrible tip. Yeah, I mean, if you really want to do it for a living, look at, let's say you want to work at Bethesda. You love Bethesda games. Okay, I want to work at Bethesda. Make characters that are that good. You know, it's just practice. It's hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Buy a good anatomy reference book and do really super tight anatomy. But, you know, what's funny is like I don't know. Well, I guess expressions and stuff are still morph targeted, but a lot of that is now, you know, you're just doing like A or T poses. The faces aren't really expressioned, and the expressions come from they have the acting software that follows faces. I think most mouthy stuff is done that way now. Or facial expression. It's not like people are sculpting the facial expressions anymore and then they're morph targeting. I think it's mostly
yeah, it's either face tracking or pre-programmed.
Yeah.
Like IK bones and whatnot.
Right, exactly. I mean, no one's doing morph targeting or anything like that anymore. I mean, in that context. No, that's not what I want to do. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I have to decompress it, don't I? Yeah. Okay, so you and you delete. You extract. That's going to take 11 minutes for it to extract. I look 32. That's adorable. Yeah, no, I haven't been 32 in 19 years. Whoa, something's happening. Kibagami. Alrighty. Sorry for waiting for process. when did I start sculpting? Or is that something to someone else?
I think that's got to be for you.
Oh, probably in 1974, 75, something like that. First time I made money sculpting was 1977, 78. What year did Star Wars come out? 78?
Sure.
You're not helping. 77, 78.
Late 70s. 79 maybe is one of those.
No, 79. 78 was
77. Some people even believe 76 was a year in the late 70s.
what? No, that couldn't be it. 77. So 1977 was the first year I made money selling sculpture. And then the next year, Alien came out. Awesome sauce. Yeah. So I've been sculpting for a while. It's the only thing I've ever done. It's all I do. What?
Any
Wait a-
tips for becoming a jewelry artist?
You know, sculpt. Buy a printer. I would say those are the two most important things you could do is work a lot. The other thing I would suggest is don't look at current jewelers. Like I get most of my inspiration from art or architecture. I try not, like, I look at Lalique some because I just love Lalique, but I try to avoid looking at other jewelers' work just because it's very easy to get shapes and forms in your brain that you like, right? And if you're keeping really current on jewelry and you're like really on top and watching all the markets and blah 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 blah, and you'll start to develop, a series of stuff that you like. And the problem with that is, it's very easy to see something that you like, and then let's say it's 3 weeks to 3 months later, and you're sketching in, and you're sketching in, you're sketching in, and then you wind up accidentally copying other people's work. I think that's dangerous. And also, I prefer what's coming out of my head. I don't like paying too much attention to trends and stuff. Every year, I can't think of the name of the group in Italy puts out a trend book. And they're like, oh, these are the trends for this year. I might thumb through that, but I just find if you make beautiful things and they fit and wear well, then you're better off, right? Because I don't care how great, well, that's not necessarily true. If you have 3 million people following on YouTube, you can make a turd and wrap it in aluminum foil and people buy it because people are silly. But, if you make things that are comfortable and they wear well, someone will buy a second piece from you. And that's really one of the big pieces. Lots of people buy one piece from someone. It's not comfortable. It's too heavy. It doesn't wear well. It scratches. They'll never buy another piece from you. So by having a printer, print everything you do, wear it, feel it, make sure it's comfortable. And work a lot and print everything so you can feel it. Because that's the number one thing about jewelry is it's got to be comfortable. All right, let me go back in here and let's try all this again. We're going to go here. And which one is this that I actually double clicked and it opened? This is 2, so we need 1. Boom, 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 boom. Open. What? It's really annoying, actually. Why aren't they all just opening at one thing? You know why? I think I have to go to load tool and bring them all in that way. Here, let's do this. Load tool. I guess I have to wait for the second one to load. Yeah, well, and just copying other people's work is a bad habit to get into. So is this the same one? Yeah, so we can delete all. Load tool. I think this is how we do it. Downloads. So we need this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and we have those 2, right? No, that's 2. We need 1. Open. And that should open all the rest of them. It completely depends, Raython. I think that, like I said, I think copying is one of the best ways to learn, but I wouldn't suggest copying jewelry, right? I would suggest copying everything but jewelry, right? If you're designing door handles, copy everything but door handles, or find historic pieces and copy those. You just want to be very careful because there's so many people producing so much stuff nowadays that if you copy it and try to sell it, you're wrong, right? I mean, that's wrong. I get people who send me pictures of other people's work and they're like, hey, this is a Chanel piece. Could you make me this Chanel leopard or, whatever. It's just like, no, you should probably buy their pieces if you want those pieces. And sort of, the problem is that there are a ton of unethical modelers who will make models of anyone else's work and sell them to people. And that's unethical. It's theft, and if I did that to cars or airplanes or things like that, you'd get sued. And you should get sued now if you do it to other people's jewelry. It's, it's just, it's theft. Now, going back and looking at historic pieces, or let's say you're trying to learn to sculpt, so you look at a Lalique piece and you try to sculpt it, that's going to be very helpful. But then you throw that model away. You never use it as something to sell, or you're a plagiarist and a thief, and that's theft. And that's a big problem nowadays because no one cares. Like, if I've had, luckily, so I was the first ZBrush person to get a 3D printed, well, it was milled. No, the first ones that were posted were milled, but a 3D model of jewelry out of ZBrush. And so I've been making jewelry through ZBrush a lot, and it got out there. And I've had a number of my students or friends call me and tell me, hey, this person contacted us and asked us to make one of your rings. And, if you say yes to that, you're a thief, right? So you should go, no, but I can make you something similar that's my design, And so it's just, you got to be very, very careful about the ethics of theft. You know, and people are like, oh, but you know, it's blah blah blah. No. You're stealing my design. You're a thief. You're taking money out of my pocket. So you want to be very careful about that. If you're doing it to learn, great. But you know, don't show people those pieces. Don't use it. You know, you got to be very, very careful with that. You can copy historic pieces because they're history. It's part of the common culture. Blah blah blah. Second, you try to sell it as your own. You're a thief. A lot of people steal my work, so it's a touchy subject. All right. Who's first?
Vamshi.
Vamshi. Boop. Your weight's good. That's off the thigh, so it's floating. Chances are you're touching. I mean, you could be up on that hip, but chances are your buttocks resting. Which brings that down some, which brings that down some, which probably brings that over a little. Yeah. Which actually probably brings, come on. That is so annoying. Why aren't you selecting? Probably brings that down a touch. Yeah. That's nice. It's good dynamic pose. You're probably, I don't know, but I'm thinking this probably got a little stretched out. This buttocks rolls a little farther forward. She's kind of twisting back and over, but with you sitting like this, very rarely is that going to be flat. If that makes sense, right? That's probably not going to be flat. You're probably going to get a little tilt in your torso, and whether that is, this goes back farther. Here, hold on. Let me hide the floor here, and let's look at this from the bottom. Yeah, see, I think this buttocks rolled up a little. See how, here. So let's measure WY. You have 3.2. And from here you have 2.3. Yeah, so see your buttocks have stayed flat. Move. This one comes out more. That's rolling forward. That's really annoying. I keep hitting it and it doesn't change. That's probably a little flatter because it's not actually going into the pelvis. Right, that doesn't curve. So if that's heading that way, the buttocks is actually out here. You know, this relationship with the hips and the buttocks, you've spread a little here. Chances are this is actually coming back and in a little. That's coming back and out a little, just so that doesn't bend so much. Come on, seriously. Very frustrating, that. So when you're posing, is this person here? Who is this?
I don't believe they are here. If
Okay.
they are, they haven't spoken up.
Yeah, when you're posing initially, especially when you have one of these multi-part models, I would make sure to rotate them. Oh. And just use your gizmo to rotate. And that way your lengths don't change. Because if you see here, let's go back. The issue with this leg is this. So ankle, bone, knee, bone, hip. And see how this is actually curving back a little. There's your pelvis. That bone. So like these don't bend. So just make sure that when you're in there, you're twisting, because in all reality, see, this is coming out here. This is here. So this hip bone is probably in here. So this leg angle is like this and not like that. So this is actually coming in a little bit more. And that's giving you this buttocks position. And so by bizarro. I think we got a little twisted back here because you didn't rotate your pelvis. Because this torso, right, you got the twist, and it's twisting this way as well, which means this hip is coming up and over, and that hip's riding back. So if we look at the pelvis from the side, let's go back to the beginning. No, boom. Right, you're almost perfectly 90 degrees here. And you see you didn't, let's take this, go to center. And let's get this square with the pelvis. Boom. So that should have tilted. Right? Because your pelvis has to rock forward for this to happen. And that is why the lower leg is short. And you can see how your leg, well, this one's not super bad. That's pretty close, actually. This one just got a little squirrely. You can see just by changing that angle a little, it changes how that hip sits there. And that gives you a little bit more twist in the torso. So you're getting that rolling forward. Right, that's cutting in front, coming up. And you're probably getting a little bit more arch in the back than you have there. But that's pretty darn close. It's a nice pose. Looks good. Ja. Doop-de-doop. Who's next?
Up next we have Juan Jose. They've got two pieces, Artsuko and V-Clock. And they are in chat.
Is that one of them? Oh, no, here's one. No, so it's this one and this one. Affirmation of some sort or another.
I don't know. The orange one, yes.
So
other
not
one-
this one. This one. I know this is one of them, but you said he had two pieces.
I don't actually have them downloaded on my machine, so I don't know what they look like. Just start on this one, because I can see Juan Jose in the subtool name. And then we'll figure out the other one.
All right. Okay. Okay. So first things first. Hats deform. So especially if you're wearing something tight, just make sure that it is on the head. See how much room you have over here. Oh, we have symmetry on. Okay. You get the idea. Just make sure there aren't big glaring air spaces under it, unless it's supposed to be, flat, feeling huge. The other thing is, do not keep edge or keep object continuity. Your hair is going through the hat. Just lift it up. Make sure that doesn't happen. That's a very big deal. Here. Often what I find is, because if you try to do this and everything's like all perfect, you got to think that some of this is compressed, kind of get it to there. And then when you come in, I tend to just refinish my edge and bring, oh, this has no geometry. Okay. No, not projectile. Stop it. Escape. We're not, no, stop it. We're not projecting it. Divide, divide, divide. Why is that acting so weird? Is this dynamic? Yeah, it's dynamic. That's why. Okay. So when I do something like this, especially for things with hair, I'll squeeze it in so the hat or whatever it is fits the surface, and then I'll come back in with like a clay brush or something, and I will lay another edge right there. And you can see that it's not going all the way back, and these are actually going into that headdress. But hair compresses, but in a model you can't really compress the hair flat. You need some division there, so it doesn't just, you have to have dimensionality. So I fake my front edges, and then that way none of the hair is breaking my continuity, but there's still airspace, but the hat is actually sitting against the head, so we're sort of cheating here. And then just come back with SK trim polish and knock that flat. And you can see that just by doing that and adding that little soft half round edge, even as we get back here, it looks like all that hair is back up under there, but it also looks like the hat is sort of flush to the head. So you just need to make sure that, when you have something like a hat, that it does oh, I don't even know what I did up here, sorry. Oh, it was you and your dynamic thing going on here. Wow, those must not have been connected surfaces or something. That's weird. I avoid working in dynamic because it's not real geometry. And yeah, I understand if it's for rendering and stuff, blah, blah, blah. It's a lighter model, blah, blah, blah. It winds up doing weird things. And if you ever want to bring it out of the computer, you will have trouble with it because... nice. My heart's exploding. All right. Because you can see the hat, it still doesn't feel like a hat. It still sort of feels like a helmet. So just make sure that this becomes pliable. It's not the same on both sides because it's a soft hat, and then you'll probably push your hair back in a little just so it fits a touch, as opposed to being this thing that sticks 3 inches out off the head. Don't buy it. It feels like it's on the head a little bit more. Okay. Whenever you're doing these, it's very low res too. I'll divide it just a little bit. When you're doing like shirt collars and stuff, just make sure that this is a reflective edge so it looks like the edge of the collar. And it's a thing that almost every single model I've seen since I've been critting, I think there might be 2 people since I've been critting that do this. Collars just don't stand up off figures. That's fabric. It touches the, and everybody does this. It's just so funny. I'm just like, have none of you ever worn a collared shirt? It's just like, I think collars went out with social media or something, That's for Henry. That was a Henry comment. Make sure that your collar is actually a collar and it's not the stiff starched wing thing. can do that all day. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Okay. We're just going to cheat and bring it down. Collars just don't stand away from the body. They don't do it. So have your collars actually touch the body. And what that does, the collar rests on the body, and there's a break in the collar where the fabric breaks. And what that does is it gives you this transition right here. I'm just gonna sculpt it. And don't feel like I'm picking on you. Literally, I mean, everyone does this. It's, it's collars usually have a break in them. And like I said, once again, I'm talking about fabric surface tension breaks. And what you have is this is lying flat against the body. This is being supported by the neck, and then it comes and flattens out. So there's a crease right here where this surface tension breaks. And then it flattens out in the front. And very rarely are you even going to get that much separation on the front, right? I mean, this is going to be sitting against the body. And then this. See how this looks more natural? And yeah, I mean, it's so funny. This is so common that it's just, you know, just because everybody's in A or T pose doesn't mean your collar is in a T pose. You know, it needs to sit on the body. See the difference between that and that? You know, this is a good stylized wrinkle, except that it's digging into the other breast, right? Just make sure when you're doing wrinkles that you do it additively, so you're not digging into the body, right? So, oops, that is not clay tubes. And then that comes up and across. And you're not going to get a huge dent there, right? You have a cleavage dent there. If you have a cleavage dent there, this isn't this is due to tightness or tension, right? it's the weight from under the breast going up and over the meat of the breast. So that's what's happening with that curve, right? In its surface tension, it's doing that. So if it's doing that, you don't get a dent here. So think about when you have wrinkles, think about why they're there and what's happening. So, make sure that that is what it's supposed to be. And that it's not cutting into the body. And then these wrinkles are pretty good. Armpits don't attach that way. There's a crease here, because that crease is what creates that wrinkle. No one's armpit attaches down here, right? It's up and snug. Even big billowy like shoulder army things still have little tiny armholes, because the bigger your armhole, if you lift your arm, it's attached and you can't lift your arm anymore. So don't make sure that these at least appear, because that crease is what comes up and creates that, and that's showing you where your armhole is, which should be higher up on the body. Same thing with these creases. Make sure you're not digging the body there, so that's fine. But see that this thick right there, you can't have low crotches. You can't have, unless they're very low, like harem pants are very low. But, these have got to come. You're going to have wrinkles there. And then often, and then you'll also get these stretch across the butt if it's tight, right? These appear to be loose, so that's not a problem. But you just have to make sure that whether it's with wrinkles or just running a crease up the center there, this isn't low, right? I mean, it's just not how pants are built. So even in something that's big and baggy, you're going to have that crotch crease, and your armpit creases are actually there, right? This just isn't, that's not how pants work. So just make sure that you crease however you deal with it, If you have your tension creases, that's fine. Normally you're not going to have that dug in. Let's go back to where you were. See, that's like from the hip bone across. That's doing that. But see that hump right there? So you can, if the crotch is that low, figure out what's happening as far as your fabric. These are distinct intersections. They're never that U shape, because there's a bunch of fabric that's coming together here in one format or another. You just have to figure out what you're doing with it. Right. but that crotch is never going to look like this. Unless that's down here. And then it's going to be something like that, if that makes any sense. And if it's baggy, more times, and see, you're not implying it's baggy. These look like it's stretching tight over. But if it's baggy, your wrinkles are going to be like that. Because it's still coming off the buttocks and then down. So wrap your head around what's happening in your crotches. Like your armpit crotch and then your crotch. And you sort of have some weight coming there and there. So if it's baggy, it's doing that. If it's not baggy, then that needs to be a sharp line. And you have to decide what's happening with your fabric, whether it's tight coming across or you have your seams and then they're coming down. So that's just some decisions you need to make there. You have like some muscle detail there. Remember, this is a pinch, so these are coming from there. Chances are you're not going to get that sort of back muscle detail unless this is tight. If it's tight, then you're not going to have these baggy lines. Those are going to be tension lines coming from here, right? Because if this is tight, that's your tight spot, which means you have contact with the back here. So as it gets loose, this is the place that those wrinkles are going to initiate from, right? It's going to be like wherever it's touching here, in the armpit, here, and that's going to turn into your wrinkles. So reevaluate what's tight and what's not. You know, where is this stuff actually sitting? If those are her knees, I think her legs, lower legs, are really long. Once again, these are stylized characters, so, you know, you can say, that's what I wanted. But if that's the knee there, let's hide those boots for a second so I can see what's going on. Let's look at the body. So the knee doesn't end there. The knee ends down here. Right? The knee goes over the joint. So that was what was throwing me off. That bone starts, comes down, that's it. But I still think that might be rather long. Right? Your lower leg's really long. Which when you throw boots on it, come on. See, that brings that up pretty high. Because with the fabric here, it even implies that that's where the calf ends. Which puts the knee there. And especially since you sort of have in here, it almost looks like that's the bottom of the knee here, right? You can see the knee bump there. Yeah, I think your lower leg's just really high. You have this implication here. Connect them. If this is the rotating part of that, don't just let these float. Have these associate in some format or another. Your hands are really tiny. Here looks great though. You did a good job there. No, it looks really good. So the only issues I see are the legs. The lower legs are very long. That may be what you want, you know, I mean, because it's obviously not, you know, you're obviously not trying to be proportional. Right? Because your arms are super short if you're trying to be proportional. Your hands should be, you know, in your thigh area. But, I mean, that doesn't bother. It's a stylized character, so it's not that that's drama. I think that you know, if you know, your little 8 head lengths is probably about there. You know, you're pushing 10, 9.5, 10 head lengths high. So you have a lot of length down here in these lower legs. Because if you're looking at it from this side, if this is your crotch, your hands are just a touch shy. I mean, they should probably come to there. So, you know, this isn't, if we're looking at this to here, this is pretty in proportion. And then you lose it about here. So if you're going to make the lower legs mechanical, and that's why they're longer, fine. But I would say that's like a head length and a half taller than 8 head lengths. And your lower legs got really long. Look at where your wrinkles are happening. When you do cut wrinkles, don't cut them into your body. Your hair looks good. Make the hat fit the head. Your feet when you posed it, your feet got a little out of whack. You know, make sure that your shoes actually go, you know, with the foot. And you can see, I think you were just positioning it and you slid it out. So just make sure that your foot makes sense, right? Yeah. Collar. Make sure the collar's actually on the fabric, not standing off. Okay.
Indeed. So, we have one question, and then I will direct you to Jose Juan's other model.
Okay.
What's your strategy or any tips for coming over creative blocks? Do you ever sit on ZBrush some days and just lose the ability to sculpt something you like?
Well, I don't care about sculpting something I like necessarily. I don't really believe in artist block or writer's block. I think it's far easier for an artist than it is a writer necessarily, because if you come to a point, let's say you're sculpting this, right, and you come to a point and everything you do just keeps messing up the model and the model's starting to frustrate you, do a random Google search on a flower and sculpt the flower. And if the flower sucks, sculpt a toaster. And sculpt some silverware. Sculpt a fork, knife, and a spoon. Those are actually very complex forms, right? If they're done well, right? And so do something where you have a picture of it and you copy it as close to it as you can. And then your brain stops trying to be creative and you start working on a task. And then you'll see some nice curves in your fork, or, in your scooter. You really like how the fender connects to that. But do it as accurate as you possibly can. And you're using a different part of your brain. You're not trying to be imaginative. You're trying to be exact. And it allows you to just get your brain out of the, oh, I'm an artist mode to, oh, how do I solve this puzzle mode? And often that helps greatly. And you're just developing your model library for things that you'll need later, right? But do something very different and make it where you're not trying to be creative, but you're copying something very exactly. Find a picture that has a top, a side, view, and you're being, it's more about math than it is art, if that makes any sense, right? You're trying to get that point exactly there and that point exactly there, and then you look at it from the downside and it's that there. So you're no longer in that creative mode, but you're in the construction mode. And then if you just keep having creative problems, just keep making more models of stuff, because you never know when you're going to need a 45 or a Luger or a flower or a dolphin, or, just make sure that you have very tight parameters, that you are not being creative. You are matching those lines exactly. And it changes how you're viewing an object. And that helps you kind of keep your brain going, but you're not tying. I think that artist block is often ego stress or ego anxiety, where you feel like you're not accomplishing something how you feel it should be accomplished. And so you're making aesthetic judgments, or you're making judgments on how you're accomplishing things, right? You're like, oh, well, that doesn't look like I want it to. Well, what do you want it to look like? Well, if you knew exactly what you want it to look like, you'd be able to make it, right? And so I think that people get emotionally tied up into all of this. And the thing is that's the one thing you can't do. You need to be, it's going to sound corny, but you just need to live in the moment and deal with the little part that you're working on, and try to view it as a puzzle as opposed to art or an accomplishment. You have to turn it into math as opposed to whimsy, emotion, thought. And that'll allow you to get through stuff. And especially if you shift to a different model, then there's no emotional attachment to what it looks like or how it feels. What it is it's a, can you solve this puzzle, right? Not can you make something good. It's, can you accomplish making this look exactly like that? And there's no judgment, good or bad, or that. I throw away a lot of stuff. Ask Henry. I have a lot of models. And
so many models.
And
so many.
Yeah. I don't stop sculpting. That's the number one thing. Anyone who says, oh, I got to go play video games because I have an emotional block, it's not going to help you. Now, there are moments recently when I've been playing video games because I can run around Night City and hit things with baseball bats. And that's so I don't break things in my house. Now, that's a completely different thing. That's anxiety and stress release or no, it's not even that. It's anger and violence release. So I don't break things that are mine. I can just run around and beat on a car and the windows blow out and I feel much better. And it's all in a game and I don't do any damage. So that's one thing where I would step away from the computer, go chop wood, go, kick grass pods, whatever. But as far as artist block goes, I don't think artist block is ego. It's only ego. You're not doing things you think they should look like, but if you knew what they looked like, you'd be able to accomplish what it is. So, being able to sculpt or create art is about learning to see. Because if you can see the shape, honestly see the shapes, and when I say see, I mean understand, right? If you can see the shapes and forms, you can make it. Obviously, if you've never sculpted before, you're like, oh, I'm trying to learn to use this brush. Well, then you shouldn't be worrying about what you're making anyway. You should be learning how to use that brush and what's it do to the surface. If you can make objects, the only reason you have artist block is ego. That's all it is. It's, I'm not doing things like I think they should be. I'm not accomplishing to the level I should be. Should's nothing. That's all BS. It's all stories we tell ourselves. Right? So if you're frustrated with what you're working on, it means you can't see it. It means you don't understand it. So just switch to something and try to understand it. And by understanding how a fork is made, and you make sure that it's exactly like whatever you've chosen, you've removed the emotion from it, and you've turned it into a puzzle. And then you'll get into that rhythm, and hopefully you'll bring some of that problem solving back to the piece that you were working on, or just throw it away and start over again. Even if you like where you're at, start again from scratch, because if you can't make it twice, you do not understand what you made. Does that make sense?
It
Writer's
does make sense.
block is ego. Ego!
Cool. Okay. Do you have a tool there that
Banana!
has subtools?
Do I have what?
A tool that has 31 subtools.
Yes.
I think top left.
Hakama?
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun. Awesome.
Yep, that's it.
I just want you to know I love my Hakama. I run around in them. I look so goofy in them. I love them. I used to have a lot of Hakama that I'd run around in. So first things first, Hakama are big flat pleats. They don't wrinkle like this. They're not a pleat. Well, I guess technically you'd call it, but so these are just like these little pleats, right? Hakama gained their fullness from having a tube this big that then folds down to something like this big. So it's like a kilt. They're like kilt folds. So instead of these little pinchy things, Hakama are very clean because they do this. Stitch, stitch. So you have big, flat, unfoldable folds, right? Same with a kilt. Boom, 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 boom. Stitch, it's all flat. And you don't get these wrinkles because there's no room for that to fold right there, because that's from there to there. And if you do get those folds, you have not good Hakama. And so that brings us down to the bottom. So here you don't have enough folds, right? Because you viewed these as little wrinkly pleats as opposed to box pleats. And so even down here, you have a lot more fabric. Does that make sense? These are a big box pleats. So these aren't hakama, these are pants with pleats. And they actually, yeah, the hakama knot's really weird. So this is tight in hakama. I guess there are some really old hakama that don't have this, but most hakama also have a back piece right here that's very rigid, and that keeps all of this from bunching up on itself, and you wind up with this big long double wrapping tie thing. So there's no slack here, they're very tight. As far as your kimono goes, that's not bad. But here again, see where your armpit's hitting there? Kimono don't do that. They do that. Because if this attached there, that's literally as far as you could raise your arm without this starting to pull this way. Right? Because they're attached here. So that doesn't change length. Let's bring this up here. Let's measure that. Boom. So that's about that long. So this is now has to come out here, which means now this is off your shirt, right? Do you see what I mean? So kimonos don't have very big armpits. They just have big things. And that's why the I can't think of what the little rope's called, but you'll see it in like lots of samurai movies. When there's a little rope, I can't think of what it's called. And what they do is they grab this, they bunch all this up here, and then you wrap it, it crosses over, and it holds the arms up, so you have like your little puffy sleeves up here, and then you have a crisscross and it goes around, up and around. And then that way you can raise, if you can raise your arms above your head, your armholes are very small. So that is the only problem there. The shoes and tabby look good, except that is tight. I mean, if you look at where your toe is, right? All this is back up in here. But otherwise, you're not going to be able to hold it on. Right? And that takes us back to here. Thing about tabi is that toe is really separated out exactly for this reason. Oh, come on. I do not know what they've done that makes the selection process so... This used to work so well, where you just tap it and it goes. Like I should just be able to tap it. No. See, it's not selecting that underlayer. I'm going crazy. There we go. Right, that should be back in there. A tabi is a full toe. It's not just the tip. There we go. Because otherwise the sandal wouldn't stay on. I know that I probably made the toe longer, so we're going to bring that out. Because it definitely goes over the shoe. It's a great woven shoe. That looks really good. That's awesome. But there has to be tension there or it's not going to stay on the toe. Yeah, those shoes are great. Da, 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 da. Character looks nice. The hair works for what we're at. Yeah, looks great. Any questions?
Nope.
Yeah. No, I feel you with the portfolio. It's high stress, high competition. And you really, man, if you just think, hey, I'd like to do this for a job, that's one thing compared to this is the only thing in the world I do and I'm going to make it. The amount of work, time, and energy it takes to get, those A+ jobs, it's hard. I mean, it's why I left the film industry. I was sick of it. I was sick of the stress and sick of the anxiety and sick of the people. And, it got to be miserable. And I was making a lot of money and it wasn't worth the money. So yeah, it's hard. I think that's why I was so excited about starting ZBrush Jewelry Workshops, my classes, because I really see so many talented people out here, and the only thing they're thinking of how they can monetize their skills is working at one of these game studios or at a film studio. And now with printing being so accessible and being able to sell everything online, you can make objects and sell them. I mean, and it's crazy. All you have to do is hit one thing. I mean, I know this girl who made these little spider necklaces and they were dumb. Sorry, but I've told her that. She knows it. She agrees. And she got in. What's funny it wasn't even in like a fashion magazine. Lindsay Lohan wore one in People magazine, and she actually gave a shout out, and it was like, oh, and spider necklace by blah blah blah. And she went from making these things, hand fabricating them as a hobby, she made them for birthday gifts and stuff, and to being a $12 million company in 9 months. So objects can hit, you can do, but it's a way that you can monetize out of your garage and out of your house. And, it becomes a lot less stressful. And I think that, it really is going to be a new paradigm shift as far as how and what people buy, And so I think that, that was my main goal, was starting ZBrush Jewelry Workshops, is, what we're teaching you is not just how to make jewelry, but how to make things so you can monetize your stuff, right? Like if this, this is a great model. This is better than, 70% of all toy models. And you could pose it and it could become a figurine, and the figurine world's big, and all you have to do is you just hit it. But the beauty is you don't have to do much. You just make a handful of them, get them out there, put one online, and You know, all it takes is PewDiePie to buy one, and now you're a billionaire. You know, I mean, I think that it's a much more free and entertaining world to live in. And yeah, you might have to like work at McDonald's while you're doing those handful of things or whatever. But I just think that with how few jobs there are in the gaming and film industry and how many brilliant people there are, we just have to rearrange our mindsets about what it means to succeed and what it means to be able to accomplish enough to be able to live your life, you know? So yeah, that super high stress anxiety, I completely understand. I left the film industry because of it. I was like, it's not worth it. I sort of got to the top of my industry and I had to decide if that's what, because before I got to the top, it was a race. It was like, well, can I do this? Can I accomplish that? Can I do this? Can I accomplish that? And when I got there, it was like, okay, I'm here. So this is what I'm going to be doing the rest of my life. I'm making X amount of money, which was well above, you know, the 2%. But was it worth all the garbage? It wasn't, you know. And now it's taken me 16 years to be able to get something going. But because I had to completely relearn everything. But, you know, I think especially in today's world where anxiety and stress and stuff are just so rampant, you know, spending the time getting good at your art and being able to monetize it yourself, I think is a great outlet. So don't let, oh my God, I don't have it to get it into a studio, kill you. There are tons of ways to monetize your art. So don't get down. Get busy.
Yeah.
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 Sell it.
Who's next? Yeah.
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 Night Girl.
Night Girl?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the name of the person, the name of the piece?
Sahara is the name of the person. Oh, it's that one that you really wanted to belong to the last person. Yeah, that.
This one?
Well, assuming that what you've got on your screen is the same thing I've got on my screen.
I don't know. Can I see your screen?
Okay, it's been there long enough that I'm comfortable saying this one for sure.
Okay.
There's also a render.
Yeah.
Two renders. One posed, the other one sort of a posed.
She looks like a more mature version of the character from what's the dragon? You know, his buddy on the Gotta Save My Dragon, or I'm Flying Around as a Viking Dragon, or what's the name of that movie?
My God, it's a Viking dragon. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Disney or Pixar, whoever made that film, they were worried the title wouldn't fit on the box, but they went with it anyway. The movie theaters had a really hard time getting it on there.
I really wish the saddle would fit on my lousy dragon. Wasn't that the name of the movie? You know,
Yeah.
See, this is why I make the big money naming YouTube videos.
It's called How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah. I wish I could ride my dragon. How to Train Your Dreams. Close enough, right? Okay, let's see what we got here. All right. Now let's look at what you got. But just from first glance, the one thing I'll say is that it's nice that you you have a stylization, right? You picked a stylized character, and everything ties into that stylization. Like everything looks homogeneous with the character. So thumbs up on that one. I'm glad you included straps to mount things. That's good. Look at that. All of your weaving of your strings are actually weaving. None of them are crossing over. That's awesome. Your belt's nice up and tight. All right, 2 thumbs up. Your tension on your fabric with your threads are actually pulling. Your stitches have holes and they're pulling. Your hair isn't really crossing over on itself. All the strands are where they need to be. You're killing it. All right. Only thing I see. Let's go to your body here. Okay. So it's the same with both of them. So the only problem I have here is, let's go to this one. It looks like it has more resolution. Is this doesn't happen, right? There is, if you can see through an armpit like this, there's a big problem. And it comes down to 2 things. One, your shoulders are disconnected from the body, or you have no lats, right? And so I think your shoulders are a little low. Nope, that is not that. Let's look here. Because see, your shoulder blade sort of, or your shoulder sort of connects with the clavicle in a lot of ways. Here, let's look at our skeletons real quick. And then I know that it's stylized, Tomas. I get it. But so see where your clavicle is? Even though this is a weird, right? The clavicle comes, and see your hip or your ribs. That's there. Let's actually get a real good skeleton as opposed to that goofy weird thing. Shoulder goes down. See where it is in relationship with the rib? It's actually pretty close. Your clavicle comes and basically touches the top of your shoulder bone there, right? As you raise that up, your clavicle rises. So if we come back here and see how your shoulders are down here, your clavicle's up here, but your shoulder's sort of down here and disattached, right? See how far away you are from your rib cage, because that's probably the shoulder bone there. See how much range you have here? And this is a pretty common issue. It's not, oh, you're horrible. It's just, this is something that a lot of people do right now. I've had, in the last set of critiques I've had, this has been a reoccurring issue. So, not a thing. But what you have to remember is your bicep actually attaches back up and under here. This crosses over. Your shoulder's kind of up here, right? and then you have lats. See, you have no lat here. So this is symmetry on, yeah. It kind of comes in and up. Your bicep sort of comes in here and connects. And then you have lats. And even stylized characters have lats. Bicep comes up into the armpit. And you see how low your shoulder and your delta is? That all comes up. And now when your clavicle comes over, it's resting on the bone. This is pointed in the right direction. This muscle comes in there. And even if this is just really cylindrical, right? You don't have to have muscular definition. It's still coming from inside that, and that is doing that. And you can soften it up, and then that's coming down. So it doesn't have to be super anatomical, it just has to make sense. And you can see now we've closed that up. That comes up and under, that comes out and over, that comes over that, right? An armpit's sort of this 3-layer thing. So that shoulder position from, come on. No, I just turned paint on. Boom. See how the arms are just sort of, you've built these T shapes out and the arms are kind of hanging down from them to that, where, you know, it's attaching to the shoulder. Now, if you want a broader shoulder, well, you can make the shoulders broader, but it doesn't change, you don't change the angle of how it intersects with the rib cage. If the shoulders are wider, then your rib cage is going to be wider too. And that brings that in. Because there's no one who has airspace there. Right, that's what the back looks like. The lats come in, you see the delt and your tricep. So I would say that's really the only issue I've seen. I mean, you know, all of the stylization's nice, the characterization's nice. But look at the difference between that and that. No, there. And that. See how low her shoulders are? So that, I would say, is really the only thing I think you could here. You just cut these in. If you, and I know you're dividing it by paint, but even so, if you made this a lower layer, make this an upper layer. SK trim polish, boop. And then come in. what did I just do? I hit something else. Now we'll find out soon enough, won't we? And instead of just cutting these in lines, if you make them...
Do you mean to have symmetry on?
yeah, that's fine for right now. I don't... It's not... I'm just more talking about how it's done here, where if you make it thin and make it thicker at the seam there, or the other way around, thin and thicker towards the outside, whichever direction, just so it's not straight cut in lines, right? Because you've done so much work to make all this stuff look nice and make sense. And then you just have these be slightly different. And then we made that a lip. Made that a layer. And just had those be a little more irregular. That becomes, you know, this is piping in front of the fur behind the garment. Because, you know, you've done so much nice stuff up here with things tugging and pulling. And then when it got down here, you just kind of, you know, took your line and were like, okay. So just make this more dimensional. Make it one layer on top of the other. You know, maybe we went the wrong way there. Maybe this is piping that is in front of the fabric. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Go, go, go. I guess I could have just taken that right back to the first square, couldn't I? You know, maybe this is actually what's on top because it's piping and then fur, so maybe that stands out. In front of the garment. And that just looks a little bit more intentional than just drawing the lines in there. And it doesn't have to be huge and puffy. You know, it can be, you know, nice and small and as subtle as you want. But that looks like, you know, you have all these lovely layers and all this stuff going on. Just don't cheese out and draw that in, right? Make it a layer or something. Because even here you've put detail on how those intersections happen, and you have that, and then you just drew that in. That in and fix your shoulders. It looks great. It's awesome.
Whoop, whoop.
Whoop whoop.
Hey, are you doing a custom sculpt next Monday or crits?
I assume we'll do crits.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. Up next, Willy.
Ooh, wheelie. Wheelie, 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 wheelie. Boop. He looks great. I mean, his posture being hunched forward's nice. How he's thin and there's that wiry muscle. There's like some muscle structure there, but it's not bulk. And I don't see that a lot. If people are putting in muscle definition, it tends to puff. So by having, some pretty solid muscle definition here, but it's still very low fat content, it's nice. And what's interesting is that his eyes look young, but you have like the wrinkles and stuff in the right place. So I'm trying to figure out what it is that's making me feel like the eyes are sort of young. Maybe it's just me seeing things. But the head wrap is really nice. I mean, it feels right. I think here you cut it in a little heavy. That I would say play with SK Twist some, because it doesn't look like you use it. But like on a lot of this stuff, SK Twist is just a great piece because it doesn't cut in. See how it's creating a fold over? And I know that's not quite right there, but it gives you this nice fold as opposed to just grooving in. And see, for here, it becomes something that makes this stuff a little bit easier because you're coming in and you're rolling it. You're rolling it in. You're rolling it under. You're rolling it under. And then you just come back in with clay fill a little and you can fill that up some. And a roll. And that gives you the steps as opposed to it just being grooved in. I don't have the answer for this, right? I'd have to actually look. But where I think, and I mean, obviously you're still working on it. You have so much wrinkle stuff going on here on the outside edges. But if let's do this. Let's hide that, and let's hide that. Let's hide that. And we're going to hide that. Come on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dun, dun, ba, da, da, ba, ba. All right. Keep your fingers crossed. No, stop. Is that? Let me see if we have. Okay. So, I think that. See, like that looks pretty old, right? There, you get a lot of that wrinkling. And hide part. But see, the second I remove those wrinkles, he does not look old there. Do you see what I mean? Are we here? Is this person here? Who is this again? Willie. Willie, are you here, Willie?
I think Willie is here.
I think Willie is here too. But you can see here that those wrinkles are not necessarily, when you have such dramatic wrinkles here, I think that, that looks like a younger man, right? So I think that you need to carry some of your wrinkles into the eye sockets, down to the cheeks, get a little bit more in the nose, wrinkle up the lips a little. This old guy has been using really good chapstick. And like I said, it doesn't look like you're done yet. So you're probably just like, well, I just haven't gotten there yet. That's fine. But it's funny because it has a lot of really good stuff going on, but he just looked young. And it's just that it hasn't carried into... Right? That doesn't look old at all. Does that make sense?
Yep. Willie said they haven't put the lip wrinkles on.
Yeah.
Just some noise.
I just figured it just, because it's funny because it just looks like you were working on it, you start it, you're working in. And, because you would have, come on. You'd probably have wrinkles in here a little too, right? And then these would carry around into here a little. And by getting some of that going, he's instantly a lot older. So, yes, you haven't gotten there. Well, I mean, he looks great. His posture's nice. Where you're going with it's nice. Homie got some very, very serious eyebrows. Henry, you think I can get eyebrows like that when I get old?
Sure.
You're like, what do you mean when? I'm like, See, it's sad. I have to throw myself under the bus. You're just not quick enough doing it.
I just wasn't going to say anything mean.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, man. I'll have to try harder.
Where's the humor in that? And then, of course, once you have all that wrinkling in his face, you're going to get a lot of wrinkling in the armpits and just some skin. Because if he's been sitting out in the sun all day, every day, until he's old, he's a wrinkly leather bag. But he's great. He looks wonderful. Except no one's pant line does that. No. Can't you put like a waistband on it or something? I know. I'm completely joking. No, your fabric looks great. No, it's killing it. Looks awesome. Look, he has mitten feet. See, he can obviously sculpt. It made mitten feet. So I don't want to hear anything out of you, Henry. Sorry, Willie, if you haven't followed along with the stream some. I get that is one thing that Henry has no problems jumping to very quickly is mitten hands and feet.
Mitten feet.
His posture's nice. He looks great. You're killing it, my friend. Oh, is that a shirt? Look, he even has a shirt. Look at him. He's all shirt laden. If he is wearing a shirt, the shirt, make sure that it's touching the body because the body's in the right place. The shirt looks like he has shoulder pads on. Right, because let's put on transparency. See how far you are above the body. And it's sort of just like collars, like we were talking about collars earlier. Especially something that's this loose weave. Make sure it's touching the body. Right? Because you're not going to get that kind of puff out of it. Awesome. Any questions? Any questions? Oh no, I know a lot of people who are hungry who have good muscle fiber. There are a lot of people who put in a lot of work who are skinny and really strong. Emaciated and really strong. I think that's 40% of the planet. Oh, it's tragic. Okay. Who's next?
I believe that's pronounced chic, but I could be wrong on that.
Do we know what the model looks like?
No. Let me double click it.
Okay, so we haven't done this one.
Oh yeah, it's the mouse person.
Is that a mouse person?
My ZBrush.
That looks more like Anubis.
Could be.
Is that a mouse person? Oh, yeah. Shake. That was it.
There is a reference image to go along with that.
Yeah, it's Anubis. See
Obvious.
Anubis right here?
Mm-hmm. I'm so caught up on all my Egyptian.
Come on. Get it together, man. This is important stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I don't think that the face is that dramatically out. I think she's a little bit more... Right, you just have a little bit of a snout there. It's not really blown out. So I think probably, let's mask her out here. Well, okay, hold on. Let's... Is this our initial body? What's the difference that we have here?
One has hands and feet, and the face is slightly different. They sent in a ZPR that had quite a few tools in it, and I wasn't sure what their final version is when I exported it to ZTL,
Okay.
so I put both of those in there.
Well, here, we're just going to do this first. I'm just going to take the one with no hands so I can make mitten hands. Let us do this. Zremesher. I just want a base mesh here. I should have duped. Nah, doesn't matter. Half.
Well, they said the first subtool.
Okay, good. Because I'm using the second one. Okay, hold on. I'm going to bend over. Oh, my back. Why are you 2019 version of ZBrush. It's free upgrades. All right. Let's get this down. Oh, I have symmetry on. Oh well. We're going to be doing some big moving here. Oh, I have adaptive on. No, I don't want to save. Ah, missed it. We're going to save. The gray screen of weight. Was that dramatic? Pretty dramatic, right?
Mhm.
I know how to sell that drama, boy. Oh my God. That just does not advance. It says, Tomas, you look 32. I mean, that was like 8 hours ago.
There we go.
Ridiculous. Oh yeah, no, you're good. Sorry, we're saving. And we have a number of 100 million poly models here, so it's just me getting to be patient. And everyone around me. I like how I say people need to be patient, and we just went from 81 to 73 viewers. Boom! People do not like watching the gray screen of weight.
It's often the gray screen of uh-oh.
It's saving. It should be. It's just there are a lot of big files in here. That's what I'm gonna keep saying that for at least another couple minutes. And then it's going to be like, I wish I was using the 2019 version of ZBrush. Pull out of it. She's breaking up. She's breaking up. I have to put my other earring in so I can do my rattlesnake impersonation. Are you ready?
Yeah.
I got to keep everyone entertained. This is pretty exciting stuff here. Okay. Wasn't that impressive?
Oh, that was it.
Come on, that was pretty impressive, man. All right. I told you, gray screen of weight, a lot. All right, we're going to go half. No, stop adaptive. The adaptive's killing me. I feel kind of bad that you missed it. Keep those arms. Keep them. Okay, close enough. Okay, so first things first. We're going to talk about shoulders again. Look at where your deltoids come in, right? So what I want you to start thinking about when you're doing this is you instantly just kind of pushed and pulled things around, and you weren't really wrapping your head around what was going on. So we're going to drop all the way back down to a very primitive form, okay? And here I'm going to inflate these arms because they're really tiny. There we go. Look at that. So let's look at our form. Oh, look at that. I'm glad we saw that before I started. All right, let's close holes. And now go to same, zremesh. There we go. Much better. Nope, now there's a hole up there. Close holes. ZBrush. You know, ZRemesher has been acting a little funny in 6.6. It's a little beak. Look at that. That's funny. That's not a hole. That's just a super humorous remesh. All right, that's fine. So in the same issue that we had in the last model, and that is where are your shoulders and your chest, right? So your shoulders are all the way down here, right? You've almost made where your deltoids enter are almost like an arm, like that's almost like an elbow joint, right? Look at how much direction change you have in your arm. If that bone's straight, that's coming up here and connecting there. So, you know, your bone doesn't bend like that. So, and it's because your armpit's down here, and see your lats, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to get her into position first. Move. Symmetry X, and I am going to go infinite depth Z. And we're going to bring that in. We're going to bring that up. Change that, and we have to bring the armpits up, right? Because once again, nobody's armpits are that low.
They asked if you know why there were holes in the model.
Oh, just because I just kept Z-meshing it down. And somewhere along the line, the geometry was weird, and it didn't know how to close it. It's just because I just kept hitting half and wasn't paying any attention. And because I have symmetry on, so whatever the base geometry was before I started to remesh, it tries to retain that geometric information. And sometimes it just pinches weird. It's not a big deal. Just hit close holes, remesh, it'll fix it. Okay, so let's kind of get what's going on here. Let's go to see-through. So she's pretty in proportion. Hold on. Obviously her legs are going to be a touch long, or I'm assuming they will be. Arms are the right size, legs are fine. And yeah, you get the extra half. Okay. So she's pretty much standard proportion. She's a little lean. So, but see, you can see that really her face isn't that much of a snout, right? You're really only getting, like, her nose would be there, and her lips back up in here, and her jawline's there. So we're only coming out just a touch. We're not coming out much at all. So let's go back to ZBrush, see through 0. And we're just going to do standard proportions, right? Crotch, means your arms come down here, right? Because your hand hits upper thigh. Knee, ankle. So, Turn infinite Z off. Your rib cage, abdomen, back butt, neck, ears, a little bit of a snout. And so now we need to make sure that, boom, boom, W. So if we bend that there, give her a little extra bend in the leg. Because we're going to put a little bit of extra bend in the leg. And that gives us our extra bend in the leg. Ooh, other way. Because right now we're posing her straight. We want the center line to be like through the center of her head and her foot, right? So that's pretty straight on. Her arms got longer. Her snout got a little smaller. Her chest is going to need to come up. Let's okay. Divide. Yeah, we'll stop there for right now. Okay. So let's get her body roughed in. Neck. Back of the head. I'm going to knock the snout back for a second. And we are just going to pretend. Mm-hmm. Ears. See what's going on there. There's that weird little thing right there, and that's causing us much weirdness in our geometry. Oh, those are just floaters, aren't they? They're not even connected. So if y'all notice when I was coming here, see how my stroke sort of disappears right there and then it comes back? Whenever you have something like that, it means that there is something that that brush is trying to touch. And you can see down here, it went to this. So whenever you have weird things like that, either you have a surface that is floating in the background, or you have just a strange piece of something in there. And so we are going to come back out here, mask that off. Did I get him? What are you doing? Oh, you're killing me. I mean, do you see how long it takes to do just standard functions here? I'm just saying.
I know.
Okay.
Oh. It's not helping.
Wah. All right. Okay, good. They're still there. Hide part. Delete hidden. Fine. Lowest subdivision level. Split parts.
There were merged eyes in the model.
Oh, well, that explains what those are. Okay. What did it just say? The highest subdivision. So it just told me that the lowest height. See, this is one that ZBrush gets me sometimes. It's like, oh no, it's got to be the lowest subdivision level before you can do that. Oh no, it's got to be the highest subdivision level. You crazy program sometimes. And I love you for it. You can do it. Should I not start doing this again?
I mean, you can do it sonically. It's not great on our end, and computationally, it does nothing on yours. I don't know why you would do it, but you can't.
But it feels so good. Okay. Ralph. Jan. Joel. See what I've done? I've created a mitten head.
Always wanted.
Right? Exactly. Ribcage. Look at that ribcage. Ribcage. So here's our first issue. Shoulders have to be in the right place. So start with it loose, and this is where having your subdivision levels helps greatly, because you can come down at the lowest level here, or one of the lower, well, this is the highest level I have, but you can move the stuff around so you can get things where they are. So you have your pecs. Clavicle. Bicep goes up inside there. I'm going to take slide. And we're just going to slide that armpit up where it needs to be. These are lats. Scapula, center back, necky thing, deltoids. Okay. Hips. Stomach. Ankle, first weird bony thing, and foot. So before you start really getting in and pushing those muscles around, get everyone in the right place. Okay, high-res. Mitten breast. Rib cage, abs. So I would probably hide these bad boys for a second. And worry about like her head shape. And I would probably start with her head sort of, or with her face in the right place. Or, you know, fairly close. Now I would block things out differently than starting here, but that's super nice. Like I would have blocked her head up correctly first. Because by putting the ears in, you lose sort of a lot of key points in the head that tell you where the face and stuff is. So, especially if it's this close to humanoid, you know, try to get it right first. And we have a weird shaped head because I don't have, like, it's hard to determine where this is when you just have this big thing. But once again, we're going to do this fast. I'm not trying to actually get it super correct, just trying to get our point across here. Okay, so you get her head correct and in the right place and everyone's happy with it. And I think her face is going to be a little small. It's probably still a touch small, but it's okay. So work at it. Get her head in the right place. Get her face in the right place. Get it sort of where you know it should be. And so then she sort of has a snout, right? So all I'm going to do is, it doesn't look, it just sort of looks like, it's almost like an inch farther out. And so it appears in the sketch that her face is pretty much in the right place. Right? If you look at her cheekbones and her jaw, it looks like it's in the right place, but it looks like we just gained a little length in the face. So come here, W, boom. And just stretch it out there. And now that gives her, you know, this is still in the same place as it sort of should be. Right, her cheekbones stay there. They come down. That. This turns into a muzzle. Sort of changes shape a little. And then her lips are way out here on the front side of the see what I mean? You can see that the length is here from the cheekbone out to the mouth. And so you're sort of getting that muzzle like from here out. And that's becoming our upper lip there. That's still coming from there. Her lower lip. Little pointy chin. That's where that's happening. And you're getting like the muzzle into the cheekbone, into the back. Okay. And so that's sort of how I would think about extending the face. I would start with the face a little bit more in proper position and then just stretch it out. And that gives you a little bit better roadmap on what's happening there. Does that make sense? I know that got a little. And then the ears. Like I said, I would have started without the ears. The ears sort of throw off. Throw off the head shape a little. So I would get the head shape in first and then come in and do the ears. So these ears are a little wonky. But, because that should be down here. Something like that. Okay. So, like I said, I would have started with the head as a real shape and then come back in and tune it, stretch it into the dog muzzle. Makes it a little wrong shape, but you're a little there. And so the other major issue is getting the shoulders and stuff in place. And that changes where the breasts are. See how you're pinched here? So by dragging this up here, bringing the arm back into place, that allows the breast to actually be up here. Do you see what I mean? Because this almost looks like an elbow here. So get your form in the right place first before you start doing detail. Get your proportions set up. And now you can kind of creep in on your shapes and forms a little bit more confidently because you have them roughly in the right place. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. bicep into the underarm. Pec. Delt. Right, and just start then constructing the anatomy up to where it needs to be. Ribs. Lats, tricep, elbow, right, and you just keep working down until you get everybody in the right place. But I think that you got a little bit ahead of yourself and started pushing and pulling things pretty dramatically before you had everything in place. And I think that's just, you just got a little ahead of yourself. And I think that you probably want to deal with a little bit of anatomy, get in Anatomy for Sculptors is a really good base reference book for anatomy. I like it. I think it's probably the best for beginners, people who need to learn how to visualize anatomy a little bit better. And it's going to give you a rough breakdown of what your bulk shapes and forms are, you know, and you literally just kind of work into it, just kind of creep up on it and get your anatomy right. I mean, this is a crap silhouette. I'm not spending any good time on this, sorry. Does that make sense? Right, because see, you just started sculpting and pulling things into place, but in doing so, you completely lost where things lie as anatomy. Does that even make sense as a statement? Yeah, it's sort of a dog face, sort of Anubis-y sort of face. But like I said, I would have started a little bit more with a realistic face without the ears. Yeah? Did that help?
We'll have to wait for their response, but I assume so.
For Manu is confused about something. Awesome. So just work with your outlines, your forms and shapes, and then step in, and get things, in the right place first. That's the big key, because you just you lost track of where things were. Because, I mean, look at how huge this area is compared to this, And it's just rethinking. And I think using a little bit of anatomy reference is going to help you a lot. All right.
They asked how to Dynamesh without losing details.
Don't. I'm not. Okay, so if you notice what I did, I went back and I zremeshed this so we have polygons. You want, especially if you're doing a figure in like an A or a T pose, because, hold on, I'm going to...
Your camera is covering up your subdivisions and whatnot, FYI. If you're going to reference area, there are things in that area of the screen.
Is that better?
Yeah, actually.
All right, so over here, you can see that I have 7 subdivision levels. You have a single Dynamesh that is 400,000 polys. I zremeshed that, and I took it down to as close to 700 polys, in that range, 700, 800, it's close enough. And then I divided it back up to 7, and I have 3 million subdivision, or 3.7 million active points. And I would probably divide this again to get up in that 12 million. And why you don't want to work in Dynamesh and why you want to work in quads with a bunch of subdivision levels is this. So let's say that your sculpture is done and awesome, and you have all this hair. We have hair. We have a hairy little dog. Oh, she's a dog. She's got lots of hair. And then she also has, let's go to standard. We've crashed since Extractor, haven't we? Oh, no. And she also has a lot of bark texture. And you spent all this time doing all this work. You put all this texture and you put all these pores in it. And you spent all this time doing all this stuff. And now you have to pose her. So, what do? We just lower our subdivision levels. And I take this arm. All right. Turn symmetry off. I take this arm. Come on. What are you doing? Wait. I'm like, no, don't be doing something weird. And I'm just going to rotate this up. And then I'm going to take Move Elastic. And I'm going to kind of drag some of this back so we don't have such a distortion there. I'm going to actually take Move. I'm going to do that. And I'm just going to make these quads roughly square again, right? I don't want them super distorting out. And I'm going to pinch this down. I'm going to smooth this touch so I can get in here. And I'm going to move that down. We're going to move this up. You can see we stretch this out a little. We're going to bring that back down. And you can see I'm just trying to get my quads to be roughly similar shapes, right? I don't want them stretching out. I'm trying to retain that base mesh. Then I want to bend at the elbow. Nope, that was the wrong thing. And I'm going to put that kind of in the right place. I'm going to grab move. And I'm going to bring that up to there. And I'm going to bring this geometry back in some. And now you can see this is stretched at this lowest level, but that's okay. Right? We're trying to get our silhouette correct. Okay. We got a little bit of twist in there. I'm just going to drag some of that back this way. Okay. So I've just moved the arm, and now we're going to take this. What do we have selected back here? We're going to take you, boom, rotate the hips a little. Oops. I have something masked off in here. Stick it in the center of my rotation. I'm going to rotate the hips a little. Kind of get it there. I'm going to rock the hips a little this way. And that means I'm going to rock that hip out a little. And when I do this, I actually would bring this in and actually try to match where that joint pivot is, right? So my hip bone's really sort of there. Rock that out so things are pivoting from the right place. And then once again, we're just going to take this and kind of get my silhouettes back where they were. And you can see we've now changed this pose to be a little more dynamic. And I've sort of corrected. I'm going to rotate some of that around. Okay, so we've posed it a little. Here, let's twist the head. Twist the head and cock it a little. All right. So now we've moved that around, done it. So we're going to go higher res. And we're going to look at our geometry here. So you can see that this got a little squirrely, which we knew it would. So that's fine. We're just going to relax this mesh. I'm just tapping it just a touch. But you can see that right, so this is sliding down. I'm going to take slide and punch this back up where it needs to be. But I smoothed it first, so I'm not getting a lot of distortion. You just tap it and relax it a little. We're just going to relax that a touch. Higher res. Double check our distortions. Now you can see this has moved out some. So now I know I'm going to mask this off because there's no way we see this armpit here. I'm going to smooth that out. And we're going to slowly push this shoulder back where it needs to be. You can't mask the inside of the arm if you're trying to move the inside of the arm. Right, get that back and in. And so that means we're going to drop that shoulder a little. We're going to raise this shoulder a little. It's going to twist the ribcage a touch. Okay, there we go. That hip needs to tie in a little. And what's nice is you can come in here and you can sculpt here, right? I'm just going to fill that in, and oh, we wanted more distinct buttocks, so we're going to fill that in. So I'm doing this here. Scoop that out. I'm going to change the breast size because remember we have all that texture in there, right? I'm going to change the breast size. I'm going to make the biceps a little bit bulkier. All right. So now I've done some pretty dramatic changes. We've been to the round. We still had all that texture up there, right? Higher res. Look at where any distortion is. And you can see this is a little strange, so we're going to go lower res, so we're not touching that texture. That's inflate. Bring that back down. Bring that up. And just reposition it to where it needs to be. Higher res, higher res. That's pinching right. That looks okay. Our butt got bigger. Higher res, higher res, higher res. And we've done all that moving. And if I were a little more careful as we came up, we can retain even much more. But you can see that you can pose your character and not completely mangle all the work you've done on it. And so instead of dynameshing, retain a quadular mesh. So you can start and block it up like you did, and then zremesh it and get a quadular mesh so you can have control. The other thing that allows you to do is you've done this and they were like, oh my God, we don't want bark texture, we want hair. You're like, oh, but I have all this sculpting, how do I get rid of it? And you're like, oh, well, Tomas, you sculpted at high resolution. You can't smooth it out. Look, you'll never get it smooth again. Of course I will. I'm going to go lower res, lower res, lower res. And I'm going to relax this base mesh. And you'll notice I'm staying away from the creases a little. I'm just relaxing the base mesh. And I'm doing it lightly because I don't want to change the complete shape of everything. We'll do it heavier as we go up, but I need to relax the base mesh because every time we go up, we are going to high res. Just touch this a little. High res. And so, you know, when you have a higher res model and you try to smooth it, it's like nigh impossible to get all of the, you know, you can get the surface texture out, but you'll never get those smooth surfaces again. Well, you just drop back down, come in. And now look at my surface, it's not lumpy. So retaining subdivision levels, and the more spread you have, like I try to work with 9 subdivision levels because then I can drop back into that 5 and 6 and do some really dramatic stuff and come right back up and have a lot of geometry. Because the other thing about having high subdivision levels, let's divide this one more time, is when you're smoothing, and you know, I don't want to lose my detail or my surfaces, I can come back in here and you can see I'm not really rearranging the geometry. I'm just getting that surface stuff off. So at higher resolution, I can smooth much more aggressively without losing my substructure, where I can drop to lower res, get rid of my substructure, creep back up, right? And so here I'm smoothing. So I consider this relaxing a mesh because we're taking that substructure and getting all of it out and getting it smooth, right? We're going back to that really nice homogeneous surface that we can then come back and sculpt on and not have lumpiness. So I view it when I go down and smooth when I'm going down. Instead of smoothing, it's relaxing the mesh. Where when you come up here and you're at a high resolution, I'm not relaxing the mesh, right? I have this substructure. I don't want to lose that bony eye socket, right? But I want to now start controlling and putting texture in. So now at 14 million polys, I can come in here and I can get rid of the surface texture, but not change my substructure. And so how do you get higher resolution Dynameshes? You don't sculpt Dynamesh. Do you see how much variety and control over your mesh that gives you? Where Dynamesh, you can't do that. Yeah?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
Ah.
That's a dash, yeah. And now we'll go back over here. Ta-da. But, okay.
All right. Ready for the last one?
Sure. It's
There's two of them.
Keybagger.
Yeah, I don't know if they are different. What did you say?
It says Keybagger.
Well, maybe. I don't know what the subtools are called. I just know the name of the file.
Oh, Suradip. Or,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, and this is 02, so there's also an 01.
Yeah. 01 is right here. Let's start with 01, right? Frame. Let's turn our paint off. Turn transparency off. That looks great. I assume you've made it to the waist, because I would assume you're going to put more seams and stuff on it because you have a bunch of detail up here and you've stopped with the waist. So I'm guessing there's more detail on the legs. If there's not, put detail on the legs. No, he's great.
If somebody told me that was an extremely high resolution 3D scan, I think I'd believe them.
Yeah. No, it's gorgeous. So, the only thing I would say, and because this is so good, I get a little persnickier. If these are welted seams, which I don't know if you've ever built a superhero costume, but I have. And so either these are, it's like, it's not neoprene, but it's basically neoprene. It has a cloth front on it. And you obviously can add more cloths. But so these are welted seams. You cut them, you fold the fabric under them, and then you stitch them. When you're stitching this stuff, is this noisemaker or is this on there? Let's just make sure. Okay, it's on there. Good. When you do these seams, and it's just a little thing, and it's gonna, and you're kind of getting it in here. I would use SK twist, and I would make one side a touch higher than the other. And then either you do it where it's a layer like that, and you get this visual step because once again, these steps are hugely important in catching the eye, right? If you do that, clay fill, and then let's turn that down. You know, and that's your stitching seam. It's in there. And so I would flatten this off. Oops. So it has a slightly different reflection angle. And then if you really want it to look like the welted stitching, you can come back in and go the other direction. But there's still a layer difference in, so instead of it being a flat surface and you've cut a line in it. So what I've done is I've rolled this edge, and by rolling that edge, we've tilted it up a little and we created a half round. So that makes the reflective plane of this surface, instead of being the same as the surface, it does this. Not being melodramatic here, obviously, it kind of does that, but it does this. So now I've taken this side, I've lowered it, and I've filled this in, and I flattened it. So I want these to kind of have different reflecting surfaces. And what that does is it allows these to look as if they are not flat with a line cut in it. And you're getting these nice rolls. Looks good. But these are still just creases cut in a flat surface. If you come back in, and let's say you really want this to look as if it were stitched, right? So they're not, you just come back in here and roll, that's a little too big. And roll that edge a little as well. And what we've done, you can see that these are no longer flat, right? They're different surfaces. And when you pull out, you can see that little bitty edge roll and those step differently. So it's not just the subtle drawn in, they are levels and layers that work together. And so when we come out here, I would roll this edge and then right there where that's connecting, right? Flatten that out first, because that is going behind that, because there's no such thing as sewing a costume together and all of these seams are in the same place, right? Flatten that out, get it right. Come in here and you're going to take this and you are going to roll that edge. Nope, that is not SK twist. You're going to roll that edge up and in. So that is behind that, but this is on top of this. And then I would probably make these progressive steps where instead of this being flush, this is behind. Right? That's behind that. That goes behind that. That's down. And I'm making this a little melodramatic. Right? So that's rolled that way. That rolls that way. That's up and in. So these intersections aren't just flush. They have depth, right? And so instead of this just being part of that surface, and you can do it this way before you do your roll or whatever, before you apply your texture, obviously. So instead of that being just cut in, instead of cutting it in, mask it off and just move it a touch, because none of these things are at the same level. I mean, it's just not how these costumes are constructed. I've built costumes, trust me. They're not flush. So now you have that lip. Come in. And you can see how that's a step now, right? It's not cut in. Grab your roll. Roll that edge. SK clay fill, hold down Alt so it's negative, flush that out. You can come back here, flush that in. And you can see here again on this one, either this is, oh, I did that. That's from when I moved it, isn't it? All right, so we're gonna flush that out. SK trim polish, and do that. Now these can be subtle, like it doesn't have to be huge steps, but you got to figure that, you know, minimum this is like 2.5, 3 millimeter thick. So you're going to have those little steps. The stuff doesn't just, I mean, nothing butts up like this. These seams you cannot sew like fabric and fold over, because then they're going to stand up and they're super thick and you can't bend them and you can't wear them. So these are built like wetsuits where you take one piece here, you have the next piece on, and you top stitch it. Or you do welted stitches where you sew them flat, you fold it up over and flat, you take that and you top stitch it. And then that way all of the bulk of the seams are on the outside, and that way you can move without it turning into just a meat grinder on the inside. So when you start, because I mean, you're so right there. I mean, this stuff is gorgeous. And if you just take an extra half second and wrap your head around how these things are actually constructed and what they're actually trying to do with each of these belts and the stitches and blah, 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 it's going to take your work that next step, because you got it here, right? I mean, you see that welt right there. That's looking great. And, you know, here you don't have it, but you do have this double-sided, right? The fact that this is up farther and that's out farther, so it makes it look like it's sort of bunched, and they're different fabrics, so one's thicker than the other, so it moves a little. Just don't make these stitches or these seams where they're just drawn in. Make them step, don't make them drawn, and it'll give it that extra bit of visual detail that's a huge deal. It's a big, big deal. And those little things of thinking about what fabric is actually being stitched, not just I'm drawing a seam, but what is that and how is it being stitched, really is what separates that apex work. But this is beautiful. It looks great. Your anatomy's great. The face is great. The hair is great. You're killing it. I mean, except he has no pants. Yeah, you see, I mean, you have all this lovely step detail in here. You know, just if you just had, you know, that's just up a little, you know, you have these tiles stepping out, so I would do the detail doing the same thing where you have sort of step out, step out, and then these are flush. Because when I was hiring people, you know, there are a lot of great sculptors, and just these little finesseful things where you're thinking about how it's going together and what's being stitched and how it's working. It really is that, oh, someone's paying attention. Looks awesome. And then let's see what we have here. Get rid of our paint. Let's look at our model. Come on, there we go. You do really good hair. It's nice, stylized. but it doesn't break any rules. It follows the right seam. See, he does the big swaths first, right? He has like a batch here, and then that batch is there, and then you have this thickness, and there's like another swath there and another swath there. And then he comes back in and he starts here and he gets this going. You know, well thought out, well conceived. Your faces are gorgeous. You know your anatomy. It's really nice. Another thing about Hakama, not big box pleats in the back, big box pleats in the front. I would say that these are going to be still flat up here, but that's just persnickety stuff. The other weird persnickety stuff is that Hakama have a very weird knot. It's not just a tied knot. It kind of goes in and out of itself. Once again, you're at this level. You're producing things that are just ridiculously beautiful. You throw in the actual Hakama knot, people are going to be like, wait a minute, that's the knot for Hakama. And so just something to think about. But see how the pleats are all the way down and he has all that volume there? You can see here that it's going into the toe. You know, the tension is into the tabi. You can see here that the implication is that the armpit is up here. And the armpit's hanging down a little lower, but that's also because the shoulder is draping down more. So as he lifts that up, the shoulder's going to ride up and the sleeve will ride up. I would say that you probably... This armpit looks like it got a little low. So your seams here, I think that I would probably, because here's your armpit. See, I think this seam is actually low because this one's implying that it's up here, right? It's up here. So your armhole's still small. By the implication of the seam coming down here, it means your armhole's still pretty big. So I would do it a little bit more like this side, where this side is the crease. Come on. This is a crease. See how this is a soft curve? Or a soft... why is... Oh, he's big, that's why. See how soft that crease is? I think that oh, these are layers. I'm just gonna bake it. Okay, so I would see, because the seam, that armpit is not that big. So slice circle, you're supposed to be orb cracks. What has happened here? Come on, give it to me. No? Okay. Weirdness. Oh, you're not gonna select O's. Okay, Jesus. Oh my God, that's absurdity. Okay, where is orb? So these just aren't in alphabetical order anymore. I've completely lost orb cracks. Fine. We've lost orb cracks. Don't know what happened to them. So we're just going to use that one. We'll use an aggressive slash. So this would be that, not soft. And then this seam would come in like that, right? Because it's not coming all the way down there. Let's look at... Give me a picture, give me a picture. Here. See, what you're seeing here is it isn't your seam's there, but that seam is connecting to the bottom of the sleeve. That's not actually the opening. See what I mean? It's actually cut up some. It's not meeting the bottom of that sleeve. It comes down and comes up because those smaller, the armholes allow you to raise your arms, like we were talking about earlier. So I think that this angle's a little bit righter, or righter. It's righter. More correct. Or you really come in here and kick that up, and then that way the seam is coming back and down, and you don't see where it connects here. Just be careful, because it doesn't go all the way to the bottom of the sleeve. These come out, down, over, and back up, and the armhole's smaller. Yeah. So everybody just remember that these sleeves do this. That's been our number one problem. Your pleats look great. Like I said, I think I would have them just be a little tighter at the top, just so it looks like those box pleats are laying flat. And did I spell it wrong? Oh, I spelled it jicama. I think that was an autocorrect. Right, see, it's this weirdo, it's like this weirdo box knot. And see, there's a tab. So there's the hard back. I usually have like a board, and that gives you that little bustle effect, because the board's such like that, and you twist it up and you get like this little bustle shape. So that's why you get that kind of poofed butt thing going on there. And then it's this kind of box knot. And yeah, see, that's a belt, that's not jicama. And it has like that little board in the back. So they're not just loose pants. They have this little board, and that's why you get that little bustly effect on the butt. But yeah. I know, I'm getting persnickety, but when you make something that nice, we'll talk about seam direction. Because I think here you did a pretty good job, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, see, this looks good because it looks like this is. So you didn't just cut a seam in here. This is higher than this side, right? And that's important. It reads 1,000 times better. Zoom on to Tommy. Oh, he's on wood. Yeah, he looks great. Awesome. Those are beautiful pieces, man. Beautiful. Are we talking about video cards we can't get?
No. We're talking about, someone wanted to know what kind of computer you were running there, because you've got 70 million points and you're not lagging or anything. And I told him it's an i7 and 16 gigs of RAM.
Yeah, this is a glorified laptop.
Right. I'm trying to find the quote because they wanted to know what generation i7 it was. And all I remember is old.
It's like 5 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably sixth gen, but I can't find the quote.
Yeah, it's like it's 5 or 6 years old. It's an old machine. But it does good for this, other than it's slower than dirt.
Yeah, when it needs Dynamesh or whatever, but it doesn't crash.
No. Actually, well, don't say that. We got into a blue screen loop the other day. Don't say things like, you're killing me over here.
It's 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. It could crash now if it wants to.
Oh my God, I can't wait to get my computer back.
Yeah, how much RAM does your new computer have?
What, is it 256 or?
256 gigs of RAM.
Yeah. And we were giggling because we were like, oh, we'll never use that. We'll never use it. But when we were doing our ZBrush tests, we got ZBrush to use 48 or was it 53?
Million?
No, gigs of RAM. Remember what I was like, dude, we just went over one. Yeah, so it was over 150 gigs of RAM that ZBrush was using when we did one of those processes.
Yeah.
So if you don't think that ZBrush will use that, I bet I can get ZBrush to use a lot of RAM.
Yeah. Just yesterday, ZBrush told me it couldn't handle a model. It wouldn't fit in my RAM. Some error popped up that said I don't have enough RAM. And I have 64 gigs of RAM.
Yeah, no. Trust me. ZBrush will use as much RAM as you give it. I don't know if it's ever going to use 256 gigs, but if I have Photoshop and Premiere and Audition and ZBrush and 14 other programs I forgot to turn off, I could easily use 256 gigs of RAM. Yeah, I could use 256 gigs of RAM in my sleep, I have a feeling. I don't think it would be very hard. Yeah. I can't wait to do the benchmarking.
Oh yeah, it's going to be neat.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty sexy.
Oh.
All right.
You have external RAM, but it wouldn't be fast enough.
Yeah, I don't know. Like when we were looking at the Threadripper Pro versus the Threadripper, and we realized the only real difference was that it'll take 2 terabytes of RAM versus 256. I think that we decided that, yeah, that's okay. I don't know if I need 2 terabytes of RAM. I don't know if I'll be able to use that. That's a whole different world of RAM usage. That's like high mathematics RAM usage. Or render farm RAM usage. I mean, I think 16 is a solid minimum.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to go lower than 16, but you can. I mean, ZBrush will run on a Tamagotchi. It doesn't care. It just
only if you pet it every Thursday.
So how much RAM you have limits the size of models you can put inside of it. So maybe you get 2 less subdivisions than
right. Yeah, you're not going to be able to rotate a 70 million poly subtool. But we were doing it where, like when Henry and I were developing benchmarks to test what it could do, we actually found out some very interesting things. That it uses RAM versus CPU. It's not consistent. It depends on what the functions are. And now there are some of the plugins that do use GPU. But
Use GPU?
yeah, I believe that what's the Polygroup it?
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken, Polygroup it, and was it I can't remember, but I think that if I'm not, don't quote me on this one, but if I'm not mistaken, I think one or two of the plugins do use GPU, but they're plugins. That it's not a native function. But the difference in how it uses RAM versus CPU, because like on the machine that I had, Henry, because the first machine I had was a dual core, and like Henry's machine, which is a very fast single core machine, would do, was it Dynameshing faster?
I mean, it's not single core. It has 10 cores.
Well,
It's
I
a
mean, single chip. Sorry. But it was fast. It's like what, 4.5 or 5 megahertz, something like that. I mean, you have a fast chip, right? How fast is it?
5.7, I think I have it overclocked too.
Yeah, yeah, and I think, what was mine? 2.8 or something. But it had a lot of cores. What was it, a dual 26 core?
Yeah, something like that.
It was a dual 26 because the other one was a dual 28.
Yeah, with the 128 gigs of RAM.
Yeah. And so that machine, it was Dynamesh that you smoked me, right?
Just crush you.
Yeah, it took you like 30 seconds. So we had a 100 million poly subdivision, or a subtool. So you can see here, this is 70 million polys, but there are only 20 million polys active. And so on the multi-core machine that was slow, right? What was mine? Like 2.9? Because we didn't overclock it, right? It was
0.3.
What's that? You want to say it was 2.3?
Yeah.
So it was 24 or 48 cores at 2.3, where his was 10 cores at 5.7. Decimating, it took him 30 seconds, and it took me about, what was it, 3 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
But in reprojection, was it reprojection?
Yep.
Where we reprojected a 60 million poly single subtool. It was in that 60 million, right? Or was it 80? It was.
Yeah, it was something around there. I remember 90, but
Okay, it could have been 90. Whatever. It was close. Just because how we had it subdivided, it couldn't get that extra subdivision level to get up to 100,000 polys in a single subtool. But we were reprojecting a 60 to 90 million poly subtool, and mine did it in about 3 minutes. And what, yours took like 15 or something like that?
15 minutes, yeah.
Yeah. So what we learned is that my machine would do basically anything in right about 3 minutes. And his machine would do some things in 30 seconds and other things in 15 minutes. So when we did this new build, we got the Threadripper, is it 64 core or something like that?
Sure.
Huh?
Sure.
But that's a 4 point something, right?
Yeah. It's much faster.
And we can overclock it. That's an overclockable chip. It's designed to be overclocked. And it's going to be really fascinating because it's going to be a very fast single core that's going to have, 148 threads. So it's going to be really interesting to see.
64 core. Yeah.
Yeah, so.
The 3990X 64 core.
Yeah. So it's going to be really interesting to see how it benchmarks. I'm pretty excited.
Very well, I assume.
I'm going to assume that it's going to pretty much be able to do whatever I need it to do. But now I have to gripe at ZBrush and see if I can get that 100 million poly sub or 100,000 poly subdivision subtool limit raised. Can we get that higher?
Can you tell me what the document size of this project is? And I assume that means like if you were
in
to save it
gigabytes.
in gigabytes, yeah.
Yeah. So this is 70. So this is probably going to be what? Like,
Well, you've got a lot of other tools in there too.
oh, are we talking about this whole project with everyone in it? I think it's about 7 gigs. Let's see. Oh, I haven't saved it as. Oh yeah, we have a quick save. Let's see. So this project, not just this guy, but the 6 projects.
Oh, no, I was asking the document resolution. Okay.
Total 70 million. And the Kimono top here is 20 million.
Is document resolution like when you click document width and height?
Oh, is that what we're asking?
Is that resolution? That's how I think of resolution. Like,
Okay, well it's 2000 by 1220. And this is slider to subtool. This is about 40 millimeters tall.
I hope one of those was the right thing. They said yeah, that one. So one of them was right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sure.
All right, let's wind it down.
Very cool, very cool.
We got one more model that we won't be able to get to tonight because it is past 2 a.m. But we will hang on to it and get to it next Monday. It'll be first in line.
Awesome sauce. All right, so everyone on YouTube, hit like if you like what you see. Subscribe. It's really important to our algorithms, and I would really, truly appreciate it if you did it. Hit subscribe. If you have any questions, put them in the comment section below, and either I or someone from ZBrush will answer, or I guess someone from Pixologic will answer your questions. We will be doing critiques next week. Thank Jaime and Ulfa for letting me stream and being part of this community that keeps growing. It's awesome. If you guys have an opportunity, I assume we're going to have it this year. I could be totally wrong and spreading erroneous information, but if you ever get to go to ZBrush Summit, do it. It's awesome. The ZBrush community is great. If you don't have ZBrush, buy it and use it because it's awesome. I have an education site called ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. If you want to learn how to sculpt and sculpt for, I know it says Jewelry Workshop, but sculpt for printing, because I mean you could have done this and everything I teach you would teach you how to do this as well, and
3D print it.
And 3D print it. That's really the key. Is everything I do is about manufacturing. So my critiques and everything are really about how are these things going to print and become actual objects. Yeah.
We have a Discord channel.
We have Discord. Join our community. It's actually pretty active and
Really
pretty
is.
knowledgeable. It's a good group of people. It's nice. Watch other people stream. I know that a lot of people who are watching now really can't watch during the day, but ZBrush has a really good group of people, and they keep adding more people. It's nice in the ZBrush live forums. They're like, hey, so and so joined, and hey, so and so joined, and you're like, wow, it's a great group of people. And if you can't watch it live, know that there is the ZBrush live. Hold on, let me show you. Presenters. And so what's really cool is these are all of the presenters. And you can find someone who does what you want to know about. It's incredible. The group is just growing and growing and growing, and it's super exciting, and it's pretty awesome. Wow. Look at Steve. I haven't seen that picture of Steve. That's great. Steve's brilliant. He's my friend from CalArts. We went to school together, and he is incredible. He's a brilliant dude. Yeah, no, it's great how many people we have streaming now, and it keeps growing, and they're just amazing. So you can always come in here, go to their past broadcast schedule or their past broadcast, and then you can just go through and actually follow one of their projects and just see what they've done. Most other people actually stream projects and spend more than one night on them and make nice things, and I don't really do that.
Make things.
What's that?
I said some people actually make things.
Yeah, some people actually make things that have fingers. I only get as far as like mitten hands. That's as far as I ever get. My streams aren't long enough for me to put fingers and toes on things.
He's sticking with it.
So join that. If you are curious and want to learn stuff, of course, there's ZBrush Jewelry Workshop, but there's also, these are really good assets, actually. Ask ZBrush. And if you go to the Ask ZBrush page, it's crazy. They have, people send in just short questions, and they just make short videos answering very specific technique questions. And I know they have the YouTube channel as well, but this is searchable, and it's a really good place to learn. Just, I can't figure this out. You go in, ZBrush, and I think you ask ZBrush. Is it on Twitter where you would actually ask the questions? I think you go to Twitter and hashtag Ask ZBrush and type it in, and someone will answer it if it hasn't been asked before. So this is a really good resource. Within Pixologic.com, there's the support center. No, I'm crazy. It's Learn ZBrush. There we go. Free ZBrush Classroom. So ZBrush Classroom is a really great beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And this is a really awesome selection of videos that take you through all kinds of steps. So if you just have a quick question, if you just go to Ask ZBrush or jump into ZBrush Lessons, or it's not called ZBrush Lessons. What's it called? Learn ZBrush. Free Z Classroom.
ZBrush Lessons.
No, ZBrush Classroom. See?
The other one.
No, that one's Ask ZBrush. The other one.
Well, I don't know. It says ZBrush Lessons right there on the screen.
Well, that was because that was lessons. See, I hit beginner and see ZBrush Lessons beginner, but the actual section is called Free ZBrush Classroom.
Well, there you go.
So, learn ZBrush, buy ZBrush, use ZBrush because it's
love ZBrush.
Awesome sauce. Give ZBrush a big hug. It'll hug you back.
Only if you have at least 16 gigs of RAM.
Yeah. 4 gigabits of RAM
Or a well-fed Tamagotchi.
Or a well-fed. If you run it on Tamagotchi, you really do have to pet it and feed it. It gets a little persnickety down there. All right. I'll see everyone next week. Have a fantastic week. Be safe. And if you haven't hit subscribe, hit subscribe. Hit like if you like what you see. If you post comments, post comments. Hit like. It's just right there. Hit it. Okay.